Three, two, one. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to another Monday night with Late Night Comics. It is I, your half host, Ash, along with the other half of a host, RDV. How you doing tonight, RDV?
I'm doing good. Just resting my voice a little bit tonight. No,
Resting your
uh,
voice. Well, you been talking too
al-
much?
allergies have been
Oh,
acting up, and then since Friday, I've been coughing. Not really bad. It's just only like if I cough for a while, you get that dry throat,
yeah.
but nothing further than that. So I've
I've
been
been
drinking tons and tons of water.
I've been running the heater, and that's been causing me to get
Well,
like a dry throat. But I'm not running it tonight, so I feel
no,
better. I know it's the heater.
no, we have our furnace on because it's going down to like in the 20s here.
Yeah.
Almost.
Well,
Thursday is the last 70-degree weather here today, for our state. At least it seems that way. And then it's going to go down to like the high of 30 by next week, Wednesday, the low
you
in the
was
20s.
you Wisconsinites are made of sterner stuff. It gets down to 50 here, and I'm freezing my balls off. um,
I was,
yeah,
I was outside. Yeah, dude, I was outside doing yard work.
I was just at
Yeah.
Costco yesterday, and I made sure I walked by the like shoes, like they had these slippers, and I was like, that's what I need. So I bought myself some slippers
For your
because
house, your feet are freezing.
yeah, because if your feet
Yeah.
are cold, you're gonna be cold. And we got hardwood floors, so like the floors are just
Oh,
cold, and so it
so
makes a
we have,
huge difference.
yeah. Our house is older house. It has hardwood floors, but we put carpeting over insulation stuff because, yeah, that thing we could have just buffered out the floor. It made it nice and hardwood floor. We're like, no, we want because in winter you're gonna freeze. Just walking on cold floor, wooden floor.
Yeah, well, that's why you get house slippers. But I understand what you're saying. Like I
Yeah.
actually have a bunch of like little rugs that I scatter around, mostly because my dog, like she's getting old, she can barely
Well,
stand,
I
and
was gonna say you have a dog. I'd always have slippers on because I don't want to step in like a puddle.
she's house trained. She's
Doesn't mean nothing when they get older. Sometimes it just comes out, trinkles,
Yeah,
or
it
it's too
does.
cold.
It does.
For
What
the-
thing is when you get a dog, like it's like having kids. Like you stop being like grossed out by it. Like she doesn't leave puddles though, but um yeah, but she mostly it's like she has a hard time standing because her feet like she doesn't have like grip, So
oh, they
so that
slide.
yeah, she slides
Yep.
around like in her back legs, and it's just I feel bad for her. Like so, I
Well,
try to
especially when they have arthritis. Yeah.
yeah, so I scatter some little I got these like little like small throw rugs, and I scatter around so she can lay when she lays. It's the hardest thing is when she tries to stand up, and it's just like if she's on the hardwood, she's like feet are like slipping all over the place.
It's
So I feel
kind of
bad.
what we do out here when in the middle of winter when when your tires are spinning, we put the little traction they plate down little patches. But yeah,
Yeah,
man, dogs like and cats and just people too. Wooden floors are murder. You
I have
take
to
one
say
step at a sock.
I do like them a lot better. I never thought I was like a carpet's kind of nice, but they're so much easier to maintain, and when it's hot, having the cool floors is so much nicer. So think I think I'll take the trade. Plus, also speaking of dog accidents, if a dog does have an accident on hardwood floor, just a little paper towel, little all-purpose cleaner, you're done. When it's on a carpet, nightmare.
Well, the other thing too is that you gotta be careful because depending on the dog, depending on the what kind of wooden floor you got, the wood can just soak it right into.
Yeah,
But
we got that.
the
The
fake
new
wood,
like modern flooring. It's like the
yeah, yeah, it's
yeah
a fox wood. Yeah,
yeah, but it's like the
that's
super.
good. Yeah,
It's like the super cool, like super durable, all temperature, waterproof. It's like, and you can't really tell the difference. It's pretty impressive the technology that they've got with these flooring.
you just want to walk in your house and just smell cedar. Get a nice wooden floor, real wooden floor, wooden walls. Just get that Northern California scent going there.
Yeah.
where it smells like woods.
So, welcome all of you guys that are here in the chat, especially those that would, if you came over from England Teens channel. I'm gonna throw up his, so you don't miss him. Him and Breen are over there talking about something. I don't know what it is. They've been streaming for a while.
They
So,
probably both forgot.
yeah, well, you know, I'm easy to forget. So if you're here and you don't want to miss out, look, you can see them on the screen and ay ay ay. Even though we're on different halves of coasts, even though it's like hard to stream with me because I'm on the West Coast, it still never fails that when I'm streaming, he's streaming.
Weird though, because he's streaming at 12:20 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
You think he would have called it quits by now?
Well, yeah, that's my point. Like, and Breen, that's part of the hardest thing about hooking up with Breen is being East Coast time. I'm like, but yet you're streaming somewhere else. I think it's not. I think it's me. It's it's like getting the hint. Um, man, I got a frog in my throat.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. So I heard you made a salad. What kind of salad did you make?
Oh, what I got here? You got some cucumber, lettuce, uh, some broccoli, croutons. I get the garlic croutons, and some cubed ham. And I drawn it down with that sauce. Oh, it's called Western. That's pretty much all I have. I used to do tomatoes, but tomatoes made the salad just way too juicy.
Mm, yeah.
I don't want a watery salad.
Yeah, I'm
Uh,
becoming the salad king. That's my new thing that I've been doing.
like if I'm having a snack at night, I want it to be mostly greens.
Yeah. What kind
Like
of greens you put in your salad?
I just said, cucumbers. I chop them up.
No, the
Uh
greens, the leafy greens. Do you just use
oh,
lettuce or
iceberg lettuce.
iceberg?
No,
I go and I
no.
get big tubs of spring mix, like the 50/50 spring mix and um spinach.
I tried that once in Walmart. Walmart had a pre-mix for Caesar salad. I just didn't use the Caesar salad. What you want to call it?
I don't get those mixes. I think they're way overpriced. But you can get like the big
No,
plastic tubs of just the greens. And then I'll buy like I buy some cherry tomatoes, I bought some like shredded carrots, cucumber, got some croutons, chopped up a little orange bell pepper. Um, what else have I got in here? Oh, I get the shredded red cabbage. Um, yeah, and then
evil black cat. Hey, Sean Kelly fans. I'm just looking at the stream right now, and
yeah.
he's
Oh my goodness. Why are you streaming E-stream on your stream? Because I'm sniping him. This is my passive aggressive way at commenting on E streaming over me all the time. But
he's
it's
he's
meant to
not streaming over you. You just start late.
I start late because he's streaming over me. He's supposed to be wrapped up by 9. Um anyways, thank you guys for being here. Evil Black Cat, Austin P's in the chat, HR Goes Vocal, Comics Unlimited 666. I don't think I've seen your name before. That's pretty memorable, but welcome if it's your first time. Anyone else who hasn't commented, welcome also. Sorry, we're just bullshitting in the beginning. Before we get into the comic talk, because let people rolling in, and I just like it to be organic. We don't have like a script. And when RDV said he was making a salad, I was like, I'm making a salad too. Um, so we
Did you make a salad?
yeah, as I said, I I've been doing that. Been trying to eat better for one. As you get older, like what you eat really matters. Like you feel it. Um,
Well, it's funny because
and
I had a salad earlier. It's called a Big Mac.
yeah, that's not a salad. and and I've discovered like so I go to Costco and you can get a whole rotisserie chicken for $5.
I'm
And
not trying to lose weight. You're getting whole chickens now.
well, no, because it lasts me a week. So I buy the what I do. I buy the chicken, and then I'll
Let
go
me
the
be.
and then I'll get a thing of spring mix and the baby spinach, and then I'll get just various salad type topping stuff like I get some cherry tomatoes or chopped carrots, like whatever, just whatever suits my fancy from the produce section at the grocery store. It's usually like 15 to 20 bucks total, and it lasts me like a week. And because you can just chop up. I eat the dark meat when the chicken's still hot. So like I have like a chicken meal on one day, and then the rest of the week I just chop up the all the white meat and I just put it in salad. So I have chicken salad.
Oh, so you're like Zach, you segregated.
Yeah, segregated. Welcome, Glinser and Maranya.
Yeah, I
Good to
was
see
giving
that.
him crap on Tuesday because he's talking about how he likes to keep things separate. I was like, oh, you do.
Glinser says, "What's this? Competing with E, huh? He's all right." Um, well, I'm not trying to compete with E. Like we have a Monday night stream that's like our scheduled time once a week. No matter when I pick a stream, no matter when. This is how as long for years I've been streaming, and I pick late night stream due to different time. Every single time I find a time that E's not streaming, and then he'll find the time to stream there. Like it's uncanny. I used to do these late night story streams. I'd be like, okay, when does E not? Okay, I'll do it these times, and then all of a sudden he would decide he's going to start streaming those times too. I don't think it's on purpose. I'm not trying to attribute any malice, but it's like, come on. um, I just don't like competing. I think we're small channels, and we shouldn't step on each other's toes if we can help it. So anytime like if RDV on his channel, the Geeky Puppets over there, I'm not going to stream, do stuff the same time he's doing. So I just think it's just beneficial for all of us. If we had thousands and thousands of viewers, well, whatever, you're gonna have to compete. But when you're a small fish, I think it behooves everyone to try to help each other out and stay clear. Um,
We're
HR
not
says, "Are
really.
you?"
I was gonna say real quick, we're not really competing. We're winning
We are winning.
because we have the better stream.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I like to think so.
We're gonna talk about debauchery and boys,
Yeah, it's
so
just
and girls too.
yeah. Well, it is this comic is pretty debaucherous. HR says, "Are you still reading Firepower?" Ash on Comics. I am still
I'm
reading
all,
Firepower, but I
caught up.
have not read the last. Excuse me, I have not read the last issue. So
Wow.
I know it's bad. I keep forgetting. Um, every time I think about it, like right now, I'm like, oh, I can't do it because I'm in the middle of a stream, and then later I'll forget because I'll have other things going on. And I read all my comics, like 99% of my comics I read digitally. So what happens is I go to the comic store, buy my comics, and then I get digital backup so I can read it on my iPad because reading on an iPad is I'm sorry. I like reading physical comics, that's cool, but reading on the iPad is a better experience. Um, and so I like doing that. The problem is when I buy my comics, I file them away in my box. And when they're digital, they're not sitting there like on the shelf or something like staring at you and reminding you, oh, I
You
haven't read
forget which
this.
ones you. Yeah, you forget which
Yeah,
ones you bought too.
they're sitting in your digital library and they don't stand. I wish these things like these comic reader apps would have a section where like your new comics would sit there waiting, and then when you read them, they would like get checked off. Maybe there's a way I can accomplish that. Maybe I can create like a new comics folder and I could just know like, huh, I'll have to think about that. So yes, I am still reading it, still loving it. What about you? Are you reading Firepower?
I am. I'm all caught up. I've been reading digital. I went out and bought the physical of this latest one because I really love the variant cover they had. But I've been collecting it through the hardcover books, and so far there's only book one out, which has a prequel. Again, the first 12 issues, I think. That's the first one they have hardcover. I was looking. So I was hoping they released more deluxe, oversized ones
Oh yeah,
because
you
I
know
see
they
that.
will.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm waiting for. So I'm like, come on, guys. So
Yeah,
I've
those
seen.
are those are
Yeah, they got the
nice.
soft covers. Soft covers are out, but I'm like, I don't want a soft cover. You know.
Yeah, I can understand that. Um,
Right now,
I,
you can get the one I got for $29 at In Stock Trades. Book one. It has a prelude and everything, so oversized,
yeah,
$29. And
that's a
then
good that's a good
if you
deal.
just want the soft cover prelude, it's $5.79 right now at In Stock Trades.
Oh, the Prelude, yeah, that's a super deal.
Yeah, $5.79 right now.
Wow, that's a super deal.
Yeah,
That's a great book.
the other ones are $9.85 if you want volume 2 and volume 3 and volume 4. But I'm like, I just want I'm hoping they're gonna come with a hardcover soon. Again, well, I'd be shocked if they didn't.
Yeah, I'm sure that
But
they will. They just have to wait until there's enough of them out.
that's why I'm
Um,
waiting.
that's the bad thing about getting the deluxe hardcovers is they come
Yeah.
out much later, and I don't like to wait. And I honestly enjoy collecting comics. So the problem is there's not enough ongoing books. I don't like collecting miniseries because it doesn't feel like you're collecting. You buy 6 issues and it's over. I'm just like, I'll just get it collected. I much rather because reading comics in the floppy form is not the most ideal uh, way, in my opinion. Um,
One of the comics I actually bought was not available in digital format, so I read it the old fashioned way. I gotta tell you, it's kind of tedious reading the old fashioned way because you also to make sure you don't want to bend the book, you don't want to
yep.
ruin the book at all.
Yeah.
So it's like oh, like this is a pain. It's like you know.
Yeah. Austin says he feels the exact opposite about digital and physical. And I'll tell you what, I relate to you, Austin. I used to be that way. But let me tell you, with the digital, I think what'll change your mind is the hardware that you use. It's kind of like I used to feel. Well, I still do. I still prefer seeing a movie on the big screen, but it's a lot easier to watch a movie at home when you have a big 65-inch, flat screen TV. Like and you have a surround system. Like the old days when it's like my 20-inch tube, square box television versus like. So when I read digitally, I have an iPad Pro. It's a 12.9-inch screen. So I'm already getting that oversized, like deluxe, bigger picture like you get on these hardcovers. And with the modern digital coloring, it pops so much more on a digital screen than it does off the page.
Well,
And
the
you
one
have the benefit. It's easy to hold in your hand. The iPad is super light and super easy to hold in your hand. I can read in low light settings. I don't have to sit with like a somewhere where there's a good light to illuminate the book. I don't have to be careful with it. I can read in bed and not have to worry. Like my problem is I'll like fall asleep while I'm reading, and if it's a comic, I'll like wake up and it'll be all crumpled because I like rolled all over it or something. I don't have to worry about that. If I'm eating like Cheetos, let's say, or whatever, something's on my hand, I don't have to worry. You know, I don't have to. It's just it's more convenient, and the visual experience is just better. So,
if you're
and
a person that
I can take my
yeah,
comics with me. Like I have,
yeah.
you know,
I was gonna say if you're traveling, if your job requires you to travel, you're not gonna carry your books with you.
yeah, I and I store all my comics on my Google Drive, and the app just you download them off the Google Drive. So if I know I'm going somewhere, like I had to go to the DMV a little while back, and I knew I was going to be sitting there for like an hour or 2 hours, right? So bring my
The
iPad,
DM,
just
yeah,
read a bunch of
DMV.
comics, you know, while you're waiting. So Marania says she hates digital coloring, or most digital coloring. It's too garish in most cases. Example, the current She-Hulk. I didn't like early digital coloring. I think it went through a lot of growing pains, but the current digital coloring, it's hard for me to go back, especially when there's a talented colorist. It's the same thing with any artist. Like if you have a bad colorist, it's gonna be bad. But uh,
But that is true though. You can eat Cheetos with while reading comics on your iPad.
yeah, never
You
never
can't do
eat a Cheeto with comics. Well, yeah, iPad. So I totally agree. Reading on a phone, not a good experience. Reading on
no.
my laptop, not really a great experience. But with the iPad, you get the vertical. You can hold it in like portrait mode. It's the same dimensions. It's a big screen. The Retina display is super sharp and crisp. So it really. it's won me over. Like at one point, I was like, it's not the same, but now all those conveniences and those pluses, just really add up for me. Um,
I mean, not only does your waiting at the DMV, say you have jury duty, you're in there for like 8 hours to 12 hours, and literally I remember the last time I wasn't selected to be one of the jurors, but I had to show up and just in case I was. And what do they have on? What was that? A Monster-in-Law with Jennifer Lopez. Dear God, shoot me! All I had was my phone. I was just like, I can't take this anymore. For 2 days. I forgot what the other movie was they put on, but I was just like, who chose these movies? Like, I'd rather just watch like the news or something else. Put on the freaking Nature Channel. I don't want to watch Jennifer Lopez and freaking Monster-in-Law trying to was it Matthew McConaughey's in there too? I can't remember who the other guy was, but it was like, this is one of the worst movies ever.
that sounds terrible.
I was like, can I just go? It's what I have to say here. And then the worst part about jury duty, I wasn't even selected. And I was just like, even though I got paid, but I felt like I was not getting paid and just sitting there because holy crap, it was just so bad.
Yeah.
But
Austin
I
says
was
when he reads old
but
four-colored newsprint comics, he feels like he's reading the same way as the kid who originally read it. It's historic, and that I do agree.
original comic books, so yeah, but modern days, those no, I don't. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
care about that.
old school comics, I do like that newsprint, even like Alternas. Like there's something I don't like reading Alternas as much digitally. So there is something to it. And the one other thing I'll tell you, and this is true not even just the comics, but like these nice deluxe hardcovers that I get. One thing that the iPad can't replicate is the smell. There's just something about it. You crack open that book and you get that smell of the paper. Um, yeah. So
Feel the
they're
paper
both
cut.
they're both good. Like that's what I'm saying is they're both good. Obviously, I buy these hardcovers for a reason. They're nice, but for my floppies, it's just and I don't like taking comics in and out of the bag. This is a pain in the ass. I just get old and curmudgeony.
Marnie had her own kind of salad growing up. She had Milky Ways from Three Musketeers, salami, and pepperoni
That's
while
a
eating
crazy
comic
ass
books.
salad.
I hope it's separate, not all together at once.
So the key though is if you aren't reading digitally and you want to eat messy snacks, learn to use chopsticks. You can eat Cheetos with chopsticks, and you don't get your hands all
Just
messed up.
pour the bag into your mouth with your mouth's open. Very good. That
I
worked.
guess if
So
you want to be a heathen,
another really heathen is just being a person that's wants to eat their food.
just, just just gobble it down. It's like
Yeah,
some of us like our snacks like to last a while.
you need
Um,
utensils for it. You get civilized, you know,
no,
people.
it just so you don't get your fingers all Cheeto. You don't get Cheeto fingers. That's all I'm saying. If I wasn't reading comics, I would just use my fingers. But
I don't like it. Cheetos, they're okay, but then again, I don't like getting my hands all dirty too. So with the Cheetos,
oh,
even
so then what do? You just oh yeah, wait, never mind. You told me.
I use a fork. No, just
That's a
kidding.
fork.
And I use a knife and I cut the Cheeto into little
I guess
pieces.
you could just save an old Pringles can and then just pour them in there and then you can because Pringles cans are like perfect for like
Actually, you know
swallowing.
what you do? You know what you do with the puffs? You close the bag up and you just step on it and you crush it and you pour it in your mouth. There you go.
Uh,
Or what you could do is pour it on your chicken and then bake this. So you have Cheetos
you just
chicken.
crush it all and then you just eat it with a spoon.
Who needs a
You're just like
spoon?
shuffling Cheetos powder into your mouth. Gross. Um,
Put it on
Austin
your mac
says
and cheese.
Cheetos with chopsticks? Question mark. That's interesting. As I've typed this comment, it's slowly growing on me. Yes, Austin. I'll tell you what's even more. Eat nachos with chopsticks. You can eat nachos. Normally, it's got melted cheese, all whatever else, but you can't do it with comics. But with chopsticks, you totally can. I'm a big nachos fan.
All right, 9 people listen to us talking about Cheetos.
All right. Anything going on in the world of pop culture or comics that we should know about or that you
um,
want to talk about?
let me look. I don't even know what's coming out this week.
We already talked
Sorry.
about the drama behind the scenes, so we're not going to talk about it. We're just going to tease you guys in the audience. There's drama out there. You know where to find it.
It's on the
um,
Lifetime channel.
well,
It's no.
so there is one.
Oh yeah. There's one book coming out this week. I'll just say real quickly. A book that's coming out this week is a new Resident Alien book, comic book. So if you're a fan of the comic,
we'll get to the comics. I was just talking about like any sort of like news or pop culture stuff.
pop culture stuff. What do you mean, like pop culture? And like, there's nothing really that I don't read the news sites, so I don't even know what's coming up because I look at Elite Comic
But
Geeks. But as far
you're on Twitter, you're on Instagram, you're hanging around other people.
all I
YouTube.
see,
I mean,
you want pop culture? I get, or just culture in general.
I'm
Elon
just
Musk
saying,
is
is there
starting.
anything you want to talk about?
Let's talk
That's
about
all.
Elon Musk starting his own smartphone business.
What? I didn't
So
hear
he can,
about that.
yeah, apparently it's all the news. People are talking about it. He's gonna start his own phone company, basically, and basically compete with Apple. But
Dude.
and the phones he made in the United States.
Wow. Do you have an article on that?
No, I heard this. I heard it earlier today on the radio. Let me look it up though. If that's true though, man, like say goodbye to Apple. I'd rather pay $900, for a phone that actually is made in the United States. But then again, we don't know what the. Can you imagine if he like every phone is just like millions, like as far as the quality is better than Apple, you know?
Yeah, Apple's
What would you
not.
call it? We'll call it the Elon.
Well, they're calling it right now the Tesla Pi.
We found it.
Yeah, I found an article. Let me transition it over here. There you go. So Tesla phone news and expected price, release date, specs, more rumors. The idea of the Tesla phone rumored to be called the Model Pi or P circulated the internet. But how likely is a smartphone release? No credible sources have convinced us of its existence, but it got us thinking. What would a smartphone in the world? So this is like really big in the rumor stage. So I'm not sure how much we can really go off of this. But I'll tell you what, I am extremely intrigued if Elon makes a smartphone. This would be very popular. It'd be super compatible with like Teslas.
Should be. But like I said, I mean,
What I'm saying is you already have like a user base out there of all these Tesla fans.
Yeah.
Like if you owned a Tesla, you're gonna get a Tesla phone, right? That's
Why
kind of
would
like
you
how
not?
Apple. That's kind of how Apple works, right? If you
I'll be using my.
once you get into the Apple ecosphere, like if you buy a Mac, you tend to then get an iPad, an iPhone, like everything is Apple. And I think Tesla fans are very much the same way. Like, yeah, I sure would if I had a Tesla. Like, if my phone could like talk to my car. Hell yeah.
This is from 2000. Yeah. So what I saw was from 2000. There's a tweet from 2020. But somebody had mentioned today that he's talking about doing something like that. But I don't know if he's changed his position on it. But originally, he said he was not going to do smart ones. He originally said in 2020. He said smartphones or smartwatches and phones are yesterday's technology. He's been going on this Neuralink thing for forever. So
yeah, Neuralink is huge. That's one of his companies. So
but you can imagine having like a Neuralink or Tesla phone, and then driving a Tesla while you're on Mars because you got there using SpaceX.
we're never gonna get to Mars. But yeah, it's fun to imagine.
Someday we will.
I don't think we will. I think the world's gonna end before we do. But not to be a total downer. Speaking about worlds ending, have you been following at all the Punisher fiasco that's going on over at Marvel? You're a big Marvel guy.
Well, I've been avoiding the Punisher crap over there. I don't know what's going on with it as far as anything currently, but I do know that he is the leader of the Hand. They brought back his deceased wife. and he's supposed to be fighting Daredevil soon, and I just don't give a shit. It's that
Yes,
Punisher.
they brought back his wife. They retconned it so that the death of his wife and family is not what made him the Punisher. So it no
No,
longer, it's
it
basically
it
like
was
saying Batman.
yeah.
It wasn't the death of his parents that turned him into Batman. He was just a crazy psycho all the beginning. Like, so they got rid of that. But even more crazy than all of that, Punisher can fly now.
Here's now. This is my idea. This is how you fix this shit. The Hand can bring back anybody, so why can't the Hand clone people create their own Punisher? Let's say it's not even Frank.
I
Let's
don't
say this
know.
is clone because they bring back his dead. His wife was deceased. There's no way they're bringing that body back if it's got freaking skeleton. She's been dead for years.
Well, they did that with Elektra. I mean, they it's Marvel. They got ways.
Elektra never died.
You
We work on that.
you seem to not miss you didn't seem to blink an eye when I said Punisher can fly.
Of course he can fly. Why can't he fly? It's a comic book. It's written by Jason Aaron. Why should anything make sense by Jason
Punisher
Aaron?
is one of the few characters in comics that doesn't have any superpowers, much less a power
He
like
hates.
Superman where he can fly. Is the most retarded thing I've ever seen. Like every time
Well,
I think
it is.
Marvel can't do something more stupid than the last stupid thing that they did, CB Cebulski's like, hold my beer. I'm gonna do something even more like how you made Punisher fly.
Yep, he's got heat beams or something like that. I don't know. But regardless of that, it's like at this point, does it really even matter? Because the Punisher, I mean, he hated superheroes. He's always hated superheroes. He
Now he
hated
is one.
During Civil War. He hated capes. He hated all of them. You know,
Now he can fly.
he was basically the Marvel versions of, like, as I guess you'd say, of Constantine, who hates capes, hates all of them, all the nonsense. And yeah, so they, like I said, the only way this comes in the fruition for us is just saying it's not actually even Frank. Unless they say he's possessed by the freaking devil, like, well, or demon, like what's his name was possessed by? Remember Shadowland? I don't know if you read that or not. The Daredevil was possessed by a demon and had powers, I guess. But
Yeah, apparently that was the hook on this book was that Daredevil was thinking Punisher was possessed by the same demon, and apparently
yeah,
in another act of stupidity, Doctor Strange taught Daredevil magic so that he could exorcise his own demons if it ever happened again. That's not how that works. If you get possessed, you don't have the wherewithal to exercise yourself. You need someone else to exercise. That's the whole point of possession. You're no longer in control. So aside from that, that stupidity, Jason, this is in the newest Punisher book. Exercising yourself is dumb, but giving Daredevil sorcery powers is also stupid. But Daredevil tries to use these powers to exercise and he realizes, oh, Frank's not possessed by the Shadow. This is just who he is. And he can now fly. This is the
uh,
dumbest thing. It's just I'm just like shaking. I'm just like I don't even what I don't want to say I don't have words, but I don't have words, but I don't know.
Wakanda Forever director says Namor is as strong as the Hulk and Thor.
Namor. Oh yeah,
Namor, Raymond. I
Namor.
call him Raymond. I call him Raymond now.
Raymond.
Ramon.
Ramon. So stupid. The MCU Namor is the only thing that's gonna make the MCU Namor seem not so bad is when we get revealed how bad they fuck up the X-Men. But I'm just starting not to care. And it's not even like I'm a black pilled because I've actually been liking a lot of the Phase 4 stuff. Some of it I think is really stupid. I don't like some of the directions of things, but I I enjoyed Black Widow. I think that the new Doctor Strange movie is better than the original. Um, the latest Spider-Man is the best of the three. So there's been good things in the MCU post Endgame. I just, despite there being good things, I just the direction that they're going, the creative choices they're making, I just am finding myself not caring. I'm like, and I'm okay with change. Like Christopher Nolan's Batman radically changed things, like making Bane part of the League of Shadows. That's not from the comics, but it worked for the story he was telling, and it was well done. And I was like, okay, cool, I'll accept this. Like, if you change things, but you make it a believable and two like feel like it's important to the plot and everything, I'll roll with it. I don't need everything to be just exactly like the comic books. But if you make changes and it's just dumb, like Namor, like I don't understand. Nothing about this seems like i- that it has any like logical reason of why they're doing it. The only thing I can see is like they want more representation, so it's like we got to have Namor be. Is he Hispanic? How can you be? First of all, how can you be Hispanic?
And he's Mexican apparently. He's Aztec. What?
Or
So you're saying?
so that'd
They're
be
saying
native. I guess he'd be native.
how could they ask? So you're saying he's ancient Aztec? Are you saying the Aztecs were Atlanteans that eventually after Atlantis fell, they went to and land on the land, stayed, or they're in
I don't know.
battle? I don't know. It's like he's gonna have a taco truck. You know that they're gonna introduce that because that's how out of touch they are.
Marania says it's Namore, like pronounced Amore.
Yeah, it's a no more.
And Rhaegar says it's Nemor. You got to roll your R's. Nemor.
Nemror.
Nemor.
Nemror. Namor. Okay.
uh,
It's
uh,
like Puss and Boots is Nemror.
Rhaegar says, I'm not even black pilled. I'm clown pilled, which is why he's laughing at the buffoonery now. Yeah, clown pill. That's nice. I like that. Clown pill.
Ooh. Now, oh, yeah, I'd be surprised. People they're calling him Latinx.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
it's revealed that Namor is actually America Chavez, his father.
All right. So what's the over under that the word Latinx is used in the new Black Panther movie?
Well, I don't know. They might. I think most people will just be upset at the fact, well, that Shuri is the Black Panther.
Yeah,
But again,
I mean,
I didn't care. I didn't watch the first movie.
you still haven't seen the first one?
No,
Wow.
I just don't care for the character. It's one of those characters like we're gonna do a movie.
Zach's rubbing off on you, huh?
That's gross and that's uncalled for. No, no, I just never got around to it. And I just don't. I keep forgetting that it's even out there. It's just like, and my point is like, what does he even introduce to the MCU? What's his pivotal role? Does it even add anything to the main story, the end game? Or is it just like, okay, whenever I watch this movie, it's gonna like, okay, now we have access to the Wakandan warriors to fight in Endgame or Infinity War, whatever it was. No, it's like eh.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
they painted themselves into a corner by not wanting to recast Chadwick Boseman, and so it's like, well, what are you gonna
yeah,
do? Um,
we'll take his sister, put her in the role,
yeah,
and that's it. Wait, we'll have her fight against Namor.
what I can't understand is Ironheart being in the film because
Well,
the
she's
MCU,
a,
the
you know
MCU
what it is?
Shuri is pretty much already Ironheart.
Because Shuri is going to be the mother to Ironheart. So they're going to
No,
connect it all together.
no,
Or Ironheart is the niece of Chadwick Boseman's Black Panther character. You know, something like that. I don't know. They'll do something. Something stupid. Oh, and speaking of Zach, he's right there.
I predict she's gonna be some sort of like super genius student who gets to be like a foreign exchange student in Wakanda because of her super gifts and abilities, and then maybe using, being around Shuri or something, she gets to build her own Iron Man suit and whatever. I have a feeling it's going to be something like that. But my point is, the character of Shuri in the MCU is almost identical to Riri Williams. She's got the same attitude, the same like I'm the smartest person in the world. Like even I'm in the you haven't seen it, so you may not be aware of this. In the Black Panther movie, there's a scene where she kind of like
Tells her brother what to do.
stuffs her nose like to
Yeah.
like Tony Stark's technology. Like, oh, that's just primitive technology. Like you're like, what? Come on,
Because
this
they're
is stupid.
Wakandans. Yeah, they're very
Yeah.
they're like in the comic books, aren't they? Aren't they all just elitists?
Well, being
They look
elitist is one thing, but the idea that like Tony Stark's technology is just like she's smarter than Tony Stark, and you're just like, come on. And of course,
I mean,
she builds Black Panther a suit that's even more advanced than Tony's armor, because basically it's as awesome as Tony's armor, except it's a skin tight suit that he can just like turn on, like it like somehow goes in his necklace. Like it's ridiculous, like the ridiculous technology. And it's just one of those annoying things where you have to not destroy, but you have to tear down another character to make another character seem good. And I was annoyed at Shuri right from the beginning. But that attitude was one of the things I hate about Riri Williams. And so you're going to bring Riri Williams into like, they're like going to be identical characters. How are you going to separate them? Like,
what
I
if
don't know.
what if they have Riri Williams be white?
Oh, no. We've already seen her.
I haven't seen her. I don't.
Oh,
I don't. I don't.
You don't watch trailers either?
I try not to.
Good Lord. I thought I was
With
the
YouTube,
curmudgeon here.
The thing with YouTube, though, and you look on trailers, there's so many freaking fake trailers out there. I saw a trailer for oh my gosh, what is it? What it was like supposed to be a sequel to like the Uncharted 2 sequel out. It's like, what?
Dude,
there's no trailer.
And you know what's worse is like I'm used to the fake trailers, but they're making it to the Google News feed. So I get like my Google News feed on my phone, and it's like new trailer for Iron Man 4, and I'm like, what? So I'm assuming it's authentic because it's in the news feed, and then like, oh no, this is just a fake trailer. Like what? Like, damn it.
Like you're using clips from like other movies that are like old.
Yeah, and that's what they do. I mean, these people. Look, I'm impressed. If you want to edit footage together and make a fake trailer, I don't care that you're making. I think some of these are actually pretty creative, but I don't like being fooled. Like that's not what I'm about. If you say, "Hey, this is a fake trailer for Iron Man 4," okay, I'll watch it and see like what you put together. That's cool, but like I'm thinking this is not because the Google News feed is presenting it like it's an authentic thing, and I'm like, what? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's getting weird. I saw that Wonder Woman or not Wonder Woman, but Wonder Man is now black. Like I don't know if that's real or not.
That's a rumor.
It's Michael B. Jordan, isn't it?
No.
He's like every character they want.
Yeah, no.
It's like it's Michael B. Jordan. It's gonna be this Superman. Like,
yeah. With all this race swapping, we're pretty much gonna get to a point where almost all the MCU is black because you're gonna start introducing new characters, and those new characters are already black.
oh,
And then you race swap all the white characters, and it's gonna just be like, oh, so 13% of the population makes up for 80% of the MCU hero base. Like, doesn't make any sense. But
So basically, if Chadwick Boseman hadn't died, he'd be leading the Avengers because people like him more than he likes Sam. Sorry. No, I'm pretty sure the MCU would have him being the new leader of the Avengers, and not Sam. I bet you Sam would still be in there though. It'd be interesting to see how they do it though. It's like I'm sidelined again. It's like, but yeah, it's like who's left?
We don't have an Avengers anyway.
If they do an Avengers, it's gonna be Miss Marvel. I don't know if Thor is even gonna be in it at all, but it's gonna have Sam Wilson, Captain America. Uh, Shuri is Black Panther. Uh, Riri as Iron Heart. Iron Man in the team. She Hulk. Because Hulk's not gonna be in it.
Oh, She-Hulk's not
Like,
going to be in it.
I guarantee She Hulk will be in it though. They don't give a shit. They'll put her in there just despite everybody.
I don't know, man. Word on the street is that She-Hulk didn't get renewed, so we shall
Uh
see.
oh yeah, I guess Moon Knight is supposed to be getting a second season as well.
Good.
I've yet to
I
see it
want them
do
to
it.
get a second. I want a second. I really liked Moon Knight until the
And I want
last
Werewolf.
episode.
I want Moon Knight versus Werewolf by Night.
No,
Give me that.
You don't want
Yeah,
that.
I want that. Give it to me.
I'll tell you
I
what I
want it
would
all.
like to see actually though.
Give
I
me a
would like
plate
to
of that.
see Werewolf by Night be like an annual thing where they just every year they do 1 hour long special around Halloween and just do like a one-shot story. And I wouldn't mind seeing Moon Knight appear in one of those. That could be cool.
It is weird though that they didn't have Moon Knight before Doctor Strange too, because his family has the Darkhold. That was their whole thing. Werewolf by Night. His family is like, no, they are the keepers of the Darkhold.
Have you noticed the MCU is not following the comics?
What? Get out of town.
Oh man.
They perfectly followed the comics. Look at She-Hulk. She was comic accurate.
All right.
Yes.
Honestly, I think She-Hulk still has potential. I think if you brought on
Yeah.
a new
New writers.
if you brought on a new showrunner for season 2, like my problem with She-Hulk wasn't the concept was bad, it was the execution. Like I saw what they were doing and I was like, yeah, I could see this working. But then they like failed all over the place and you're like, ah. And I
Have a
think
good
if
night, Marnia.
Ronnie's taken off.
Yeah.
All right, good night, Rania. Yeah, I think I wouldn't mind if they said they were doing a She-Hulk season 2 under a new person. I'd be like, all right, cool, I'll give it a shot. Um, yeah,
I'm just scared because what they're gonna do for the X-Men. How many of them are gonna be race swapped?
oh. And gender swapped. Wait for that too.
Cyclops is now a black man. Same with Jean Grey.
Now they can just make Wolverine female right out of the gate. Right? We don't have Hugh Jackman. No worries. We'll just
Well,
we'll
Hugh
just put
Jackman's gonna
X-Wing.
be in Deadpool. Deadpool 3 is gonna have Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, but I don't know if he's gonna do anything after that.
No, he won't. He only got barely talked into doing this because of Ryan Reynolds.
Because
He
he's got
was,
blackmail on him.
and plus, dude, Hugh Jackman is ancient, dude. Like, this is okay.
Ancient.
Yeah, for super, dude, he's like in his 60s,
No, there's no way he's in his 60s.
isn't he? I thought he was
54.
54. Okay, so
60s, man.
I thought
Wow.
he was. I thought he was old.
He's not
But
Green's
even
age.
still,
Gosh.
54 to be playing superheroes. This is one of my big problems with the MCU.
You just
Is this idea that like they're constantly wanting to cast like all these older actors into the roles. Like they're talking about, like I'd be hearing ideas for, like the X-Men and stuff. I'm like, the X-Men are supposed to be college age. That's the whole thing. Like the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. That it's not gifted old people. It's gifted youngsters. The X-Men are supposed to be like 18 years old, 19 years old. You know, and I don't. It's like, oh, let's cast
was
this
first
guy as Cyclops. I'm like, the dude's like 45 years old. Like, what are you
was
doing?
wasn't that First Class?
Yeah, but
That
this is
was
gonna be
the
all new.
yeah.
You're gonna erase. MCU needs to forget all of that and just start from scratch. The Fox stuff
All right, all
should
right,
not
we're
have.
getting Disney. All you Disney kids are now gonna come over and work for as the X-Men now.
I'm just saying, like this idea of like you can make an X-Men movie and it's full of like 30s and 40s and 50-year-olds. I'm like, that's not the X-Men. Like,
That's most. I'm just saying most shows have like people in their 30s playing high school kids.
well, if you can pull it off, that's different, right? Like, um, what's her name? When the actress formerly known as Ellen Page, right? She could pull off a kid because of just how she looked. Like, if you fine, I'm not necessarily saying your actual age is what matters. But on screen, if you look 45 and you're supposed to be like 21, then that's a problem to me. And it just seemed like Marvel is just big on that. All the acting, like if they cast Mahershala Ali to be Blade, I'm like, that dude's like in his late 50s, I think, or turning 60. I'm like,
All right,
really?
all right. We'll get Zac Efron to be Cyclops or Wolverine. He's 35 right now. Is that young enough for you?
Wolverine can afford to be a little older because, as you discover in the lore, like Wolverine is like about 100 years old
I was gonna
because
say
it's
right now, Hugh Jackman playing him is accurate because in the
yeah.
comic books he's like 200 or something.
Yeah, you discover that was like one of the huge reveals in the 90s when they had did it. Chris Claremont writes this flashback episode where Wolverine is off doing something with Captain America in World War II, and you're like, what? It was like, and it was just this big reveal. It's like, yeah, and it's like, okay, that makes sense. Wolverine's actually a lot older than we thought, and even Wolverine didn't know because he's blocked out all of his memories, so he didn't even know he was that old until Professor Xavier eventually kind of gets through these memory blocks and stuff. And it was just some cool lore. So you could get away with an older actor on Wolverine, I guess, but I just want to see him be younger. Like, there's been talk about recasting Hal Berry. I'm like, are you kidding me? How old is Hal Berry for Storm? Anyways, that's just me.
Yes, they want to cast a 12-year-old now.
A
They
12
want
year
to
old.
do the nanny movie. I'll have Gambit in there too because when she was turned a kid, she was remember. So they'll do that arc.
Age with the X babies.
Yes, Ash is showing his ages. Well, that's what I said. I said like if you're gonna cast an old dude to play Blade, you might as well just stick with Snipes.
Hey, like black people get to use the N word, old people like me get to use age. So suck it, young guy. Zach.
That's gross, out of context.
Mahershala Ali is younger than me, it turns out. So
Everyone's younger than you.
except Breen.
We've never seen you, so we can't confirm that.
What is seeing me gonna change?
We don't know how old you really are.
You think I'm gonna actually look like the dude in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade that night?
I've
Look like
been
I'm
waiting
90?
a long time. Yes. I'm free.
Ay. All right. Speaking of free,
we have seen hands in your videos, but we don't know if they're yours or not.
yeah. See,
You
I'm
could be doing a
tricksy.
voiceover.
Right.
You're actually in a wheelchair. This is a computer automated voice. You sound like you're in your 20s. Well, thank you. Not sure who you're talking to though.
I am young. I'm young at heart. That's why.
Oh, all right. There is one cool thing I saw though, and I wish I would have seen this back in September, but there's a Poison Ivy controlled Superman figure coming out by McFarlane Toys. Looks kind of cool.
Yeah, it looks kind of cool. I don't like the idea that Poison Ivy can control Superman.
It's from Hush. It's so that's all I gotta say about that. Hush.
Sure. Hush. Yeah, that's just me. Like, I don't think Poison Ivy is that powerful.
Well, if the plan is, if I'm from my thinking here is that I never really read the whole entire story, but I'm thinking that she was using kryptonite mixed with her pheromones.
Okay.
So that it's acceptable because I've seen that before in some of the cartoons. They've done that too.
I'm not even trying to do. That sounds cool. Like, I'm not even trying to bash on the story. it's more of just power creep. I see that happening a lot in comics where like characters keep getting more and more powerful because I guess that's it's boring when they're not. Like, and I'm just like, Poison Ivy was never. She's a Batman villain. She's not supposed to be able to take on Superman. Like, um,
If it's like I said, if it's a crossover story, like they did in the Batman cartoon.
yeah. But if you
Not
do something like, oh, she super kryptonite, and so it enabled her to like where she otherwise, I say, okay, well, that's an exception to the rule. Um,
and Mark Wade had that again, but they injected him or I guess I don't know something like that. But he basically like he'll we'll read World's Finest. You'll know what I'm talking about, the Mark Wade one, the early story before they did the whole Nizza thing. But
all right. Should we get to the comic book? Rania's already gone.
I know
She
it's been
always she's normally here to get mad at us.
has it been an hour yet?
Yes. All right. So those of you guys who are joining us for the first time, um, the late night comics is really just a bullshit stream, but we also include it in our stream. And I gotta see. Sorry, thought I could hold that one.
I didn't hear it at
Ah,
all, but
I
if
muted
you
it.
farted,
I muted it. I was like, I gotta finish this statement before I sneeze. Nope, it ain't happening.
oh okay, I didn't hear anything, so I didn't know if it was like something
Anyways,
else.
so rewind, cut, take two. Those of you guys joining us for the first time,
King's Law. Sorry,
Kings.
sorry.
I'm
So
sorry,
I'm here
Skip.
now. We're in a default because the King's lost.
Glad to be the second choice. Not even the second choice to the Kings. I'm second choice to whatever celebration Skip was gonna do if they won. Um, so welcome, Skip. Uh,
Take three.
take three. So those of you guys who are here the first time, we do a late night comic stream every Monday, except for the Mondays we miss. Sorry about those Mondays, by the way. Last week was Halloween, and so we figured people might be busy in holidays and stuff. And then the week before, my car was all broken down and was going through all sorts of problems. So I apologize. That was my fault. But we're back on schedule. Hopefully, knock on wood. And it's a bullshit stream. We talk about comics late night. Talk with you guys in the chat. Thank you guys for being so active, by the way, in the chat. And one of the things that we do include is a comic book reading that we invite everyone to read weekly with us, like not simultaneously, but read and then come here and we're going to talk about the comic. You give your input on the comics, we give our input, and we just talk about comics like as if we're in the comic book shop. And the books we're reading through right now are The Boys, and we're on issues. Uh, what issues are we on? 44 through 47. Did I remember those right? Yeah.
Yep. 47 is the last issue.
And so yeah, we're just going through the entire Boys series because that was something that RDV and I connected on through the show. And yeah, so we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna give us a synopsis of the book, give our feelings about it. You guys also can give your feelings about it. We are gonna be heavy on the spoilers. So
Yeah. One day I just approached Ash and said, "You know what? I like debauchery. How about you?" He's like, "Sure. Let's read The Boys."
that's not what happened, but it is true that he likes debauchery. Um, so just be forewarned, we don't really want to spoil this stuff for you. It's better if you aren't spoiled, I think, but that's the case. And then afterwards, we'll probably go back to more bullshitting and talking with the chat. So,
Also, if you haven't read this and you're on a stream review about reviewing the comic book you haven't read, that's on you.
are you trying to
I'm just
cast aspersions on people that don't like to be spoiled?
well, I'm just saying, if you're watching a review of something you haven't watched or read, you shouldn't be watching a review of it.
Well,
Go watch it instead.
people do
It's
actually.
called a review because you have to talk about the actual thing. So there may be spoilers, whether
It
you're
is
showing it or
possible to
not.
review something without spoilers, but that being said,
Yes,
we're not doing really a review. We're talking about the book. And so yeah, we're gonna say all the things we liked about it, didn't like, just we're doing like a recap. So there you go.
all right. Whatever you want to call it.
Isn't that what you call it? What do you guys call your Friday night thing that you do?
Retrospective.
There we go. We're doing a retrospective.
It's a deep dive.
Deep, deep,
We're going balls deep in this.
unintended, deep dive. Except deep's
Get,
not in this issue.
wow, getting deep with the deep.
Did you know they made a book? Like you can literally that book that's from the show. You can
No, I did
get
not
that.
know that.
You can get that book. Like
Really?
they like made a fictional like I guess book of it. I've been very curious. I'm like I don't really want to spend money on it, but I'm really curious what they did with it. You can get an audiobook too. There's an audiobook version. That's how I found out.
Nice.
Okay, so oh, I need to share with you so you can see
I
what's
want
on
to
my.
believe.
There you go.
I just got back in this tab. Only see sudden blasphemy. Wait till you see the rest of it. If you're offended by this, you may want to tune out.
I don't know if I would say this is actually blasphemous. I can see why you would.
Mocking it.
I see why you could infer that because obviously the crucifix. But there were lots of people that were crucified on a cross before Jesus and after Jesus.
But he's wearing
So
the crown of thorns.
I get it. But he's also wearing a cape. Jesus didn't wear a cape. Anyways, I'm just saying, yes, it is obviously supposed to evoke Jesus. But whatever. Moving on. It's clearly not Jesus.
Von America created Jesus.
This cover actually doesn't have anything to do with the comic, other than the fact that it has to do with the religion a little
Belief.
bit. But
Yeah.
this character that's here, this image has nothing to do with the comic. Well, I guess I should turn the page. So, moving on from blasphemy.
Well, yours had a little note there.
You want to see the note?
Original sketches first cover. Okay. Okay. Cool.
All right. So you want to do the synopsis thing again, or you want me to
Sure.
do it?
It's only been 2 weeks. As you turn the page, I'll remember. That's not gonna play. All right. So, believe if those who summarize this issue basically is that if you've watched The Boys, the TV show, they had their own faith festival, and basically, Homelander is talked into doing this again, giving a speech, and he doesn't want to do it. So that's part of this. But the real big thing here is they're finding out is that is that Huey is going to learn something this issue, and I'm not sure if it's later on the full, because remember these are my memory for this is all together is one thing.
And you want me to do it?
You want to do it? Go ahead, yeah. Because I said I'm gonna
I
give
don't
all the
want to,
spoiler.
but I mean, if you're feeling,
I'm gonna give all this. If I'm gonna talk about it, I'm gonna talk about things that probably happened in the fourth book.
all right,
46, 47.
I'll
Yeah.
give the synopsis of the issue, and then when I'm done, we'll give our thoughts about the different stuff. So let me blast through. So we open up. Homelander's giving a little speech to the kids and blah blah blah, and it's just kind of set the mood, propaganda stuff. So then we cut over to Huey and Annie, sleeping together, and they're in love, and it's all a bunch of like nice, sweet talking to each other, and you can see that their relationship has gotten even more committed, and he's asking like, "Are you gonna?" She says she's gonna leave soon, and he, all that stuff. He doesn't know that she's part of the Seven. Just she's gonna leave her job, and they're gonna be together, and it's all gonna be happy ever after. Then we cut over to the tower and the floating Seven tower or station or whatever, and we see Homelander kind of doing a little skip thing. Not our boy Skip and Tosh, but like just skipping to the music, and Um, he's singing the that Bee Gees song. Um,
Stayed alive.
yeah, Staying
Oh,
Alive. So I thought that was pretty cool. And he's like comes around the corner and he sees Mr. the guy we call Mr. Blonde, the exec from uh, Vought American, and of course he's like, whoa, just straighten up, a little embarrassed, which I thought was kind of cool because we don't normally see Homelander letting his guard down and being embarrassed or whatever. So I was curious about that, but there's having this conversation and they're talking about again the believe. Starlight walks in the middle of it and she's like, oh, well, hi, like, and she's kind of interrupting and he's like, oh, good that you're here. um I need you to you're going to be the head of the Capes for Christians, Capes for Christ thing. And she's like, no, I'm not. I'm not a Christian anymore. And he basically insists. He's like, no, I'm actually promoting you. You're going to be like the chair person, like head of it all now. And she's like,
yep.
what? Like, no, I don't. No, I'm not gonna. Um, and then he's like, well, I'm sorry, I insist. And then Homelander's like, does it help if I also insist? And he makes a comment like, "Oh, I see. Yes, I do see." Um, so then he looks at him and and says, "Well, I'm gonna." Uh, and he basically says, You're both gonna go." um, and Maeve makes this comment, says like, "That means you're both doing it." And he's like, "Ah, fuck." So you see their faces. They're like, "Damn it!" And they're both too big of a coward to really fully say no. Then we cut over to this park bench, which is kind of a common reoccurring location, and Butcher's meeting Huey, and we can
Yeah,
see
it's
they're erecting a stage for the Believe event, and
right in the park where Huey meets his girlfriend all the time.
yeah, and so they kind of have a little talk there, and Butcher kind of is questioning him about like, can't believe you did went in on a Malchemical, like what the hell were you thinking and all that. And um
Butcher
Huey
kind of
basically
apologized too.
Yeah, Huey kind
Yeah.
of apologizes for his actions, and Butcher tells him to sit, and they kind of have like a heart-to-heart talk. And Butcher kind of like not opens up to him, but kind of like lets him off the hook and lets him know like, hey, bud, like we're cool. Um, we can talk. Then we cut over to the station again, and A Train's wandering around, and he comes across this little access tunnel thing, and he hears like, why, like someone's like whining, like, why can't I do the things I can do, like just like a crybaby. And he looks down, he sees Homelander for some reason with no pants on, just in a fetal position.
Yeah, yeah, and then you see
And then
this.
Homelander seems to hear
It's
something. He's like, is someone there? And to which A Train panics. He just whoosh, um, and runs away. And you can understand why
always
he's
room for one
panicking.
more. Do you see the
Right.
comic? That was the nudie magazine. Always room for
Yeah.
one more. But you realize which actually is funny because it goes ties into the joke we just saw what Butcher saying about, oh, if you see Queen Maeve and all these, yeah, you need two people that help her.
Yeah. Um, so we get back to the boys' little headquarters, and he's talking. Butcher's talking to MM and Frenchie about the situation, and with Huey, and basically like let him know. Oh, what was the scene? Basically like just saying like, did Huey know what he was doing? Um, I guess they're also kind of reminiscing about some old scenes too. Um, we cut over to the park. It's back to the Believe thing, but this time it's Huey and Annie, and they're kind of discussing that you can see she's got like a lot on her chest, and she kind of wants to open up. And she's like, I was thinking this morning, like I said I loved you and you didn't say it back. And Huey's like, oh. And she's like, I try to remember, you haven't said it since
Yeah,
Penn Station, blah blah. And he's like, look, it's not actually what you think. And then he explains about Robin, his girlfriend that
yeah,
got killed, and he
it's super.
explains the trauma that was just going. She's like, "Oh man," and how it was a superhero, and how it was this guy named A Train, and he doesn't know that she's part of the Seven, and she's just like, oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
so she breaks down and tells him, "I'm a superhero," at the very end of this thing.
Yeah.
So it's like
Um,
she confesses, but so the next issue is gonna be, like, more dealing with that and a few and said a few side stories, but
so yes,
overall,
so that's where I was getting
yeah,
to. So,
yeah,
yeah, that's this issue. It ends in there, and she goes, Huey, I'm a superhero, and it's a kind of a big cliffhanger because we knew for many issues like this was going to come to a head eventually at some point that he was going to find out about her or her him vice versa. Didn't know how it was going to happen, and she realizes she can't wait any longer, so she just blurts it out. So now, what about this? What did you think about this issue?
favorite part of this issue, I mean, I do like the fact that she's telling, Huey finally, and because we know about the tape, Butcher knows about it. Butcher hasn't said anything to him about it. But aside from that, though, favorite part of this issue is the part with A Train. You know how much of a scaredy cat he is. You know, you see, he just runs into like you see Homelander. Homelander is like Homelander is a psychopath, and he is everything. Oh, he's a, you can't. One minute he's whimpering, crying like this, then the other minute he's destroying an airplane. Through an orgasm. And ripping people from limb to limb. On the bridge. Like it's like this guy is crazy. So I mean, like, so I love they always remind you because right now this is kind of an uneventful issue as far as like story wise until you get to the very end, and it's like, oh my gosh, that's where it's like the story basically is moving forward. But um, like I said, this was out of all the issues, it wasn't my favorite. This was one of my least favorite of the ones we read. The story, as beginning.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Yeah, one thing I've noticed about Garth, the way he like writes these different arcs, is he always kind of has like a setup, right? And so this issue kind of feels like it's laying the foundation for where the story's gonna go, but he kind of needs to get some of that laid before he can start erecting the actual building.
my question is, will he ever see A Train like Huey? Will we ever find out that A Train's the one to kill Robin?
Who find out?
Huey,
Huey knows. That's what he
does he
says
know this?
here. He tells her right now. It's like I didn't want to talk about it for obvious reasons. Like this
Oh,
prick was one of the big
oh,
boys.
he
Actually,
didn't.
he was in the Seven. His name's A Train, and that's
Okay, I
when.
forgot about that.
Yeah, so this was this is a good segue to my favorite scene. So my favorite part about this book, especially in retrospect, knowing where the story's going, is this whole story between Huey and Annie, and it's very like Romeo and Juliet. And they're both on different sides of the tracks, type of thing, like the forbidden love. Like they just can't be together because of where they're aligned.
And they've both been lying to each other too.
And yeah,
Like
they've both been lying to each other.
the fuse has been lit.
So she starts this whole conversation about, like, I can't, you haven't been saying, I love you back. Like, and most of us have got, if you're a guy, you're listening, most of us have been there, right? Like women get real sensitive about these sort of things. And so I could really relate to this scene, like with like, oh, what's going on? Why aren't you saying? And he tells her like, look, it's not you. It's my girlfriend was killed and da da da. And when she says here, you know, he tells her that it was, she died. He's like, "Oh, I remember I asked you about superheroes that time, and you said you didn't really care either way." And he says, "I didn't want to talk about it for obvious reasons." Like, and then he's like, "It's this guy.
Yeah,
He's one of the big boys, like A Train." So not only did a superhero kill his girlfriend, she finds out that it's one of this, like her coworkers, like it's A Train,
it's the guy
who
she blew.
basically raped her, who's been trying to rape her ever since. Again, like, and so she has this reaction, she's sick to her stomach. He's like, Annie? She's like, I have to. And she just gets it out, which I really liked because I was like cheering for her. I was like, good for you, girl. Like, what I really liked about this story and the future issues we're going to cover here tonight is how human this was. I think all of us can relate to at least some level of being in deep like this, where you haven't told someone something that you're ashamed about, and the longer it goes on, the harder it is to tell. And then you're ashamed that you haven't told that person, and then whatever the shame is that you were trying to hide is compounded with that. And for her, I could just feel like that pain and like that anxiety of like, oh my god, like I've it's just getting worse. Like I can't say, and she just has to blurt it out, and she does. And so that was just I just thought this was really well written, and it was very emotional to me. Anything else on this issue worth noting? Do you think?
Uh, Not much. I mean, that's pretty much it. Right? The very
Okay.
and the very ending part is the best part of the story.
Yeah.
Huey and
Okay.
Annie.
Yeah.
We're
If it
finally getting to that. Right now, everything else is kind of like a side thing.
okay. Yeah, if you don't have anything, that's cool. I just don't want to skip ahead if there was still stuff you wanted.
We
So we'll
can't
move
skip
on.
ahead unless Skip's here.
Skip is here.
Oh, then we can skip how much we want.
So issue 45. I love this cover.
Oh,
Um,
this is my favorite issue out of the whole arc right here.
oh, was it? All right.
Yeah.
Cool. So it picks up essentially right where we left off. So that's kind of new. A lot of these issues usually have kind of a time jump between them, but he's just like, "What?"
Or
And she's like, "I'm a superhero." She says, and his reaction is like one of shock, and he's just
he,
like,
well, he
"So
thinks she's, yeah, I think she's lying to him, just
yeah,
putting
yeah.
him on.
Let me get there. I'm getting there." So he's like,
Get
"So
there.
you think like what?" He's like, "This is a wee bit fucking sick that you're turning around and coming off like." So he doesn't really understand at first. Like she doesn't he doesn't necessarily even believe she's a superhero. Like she just says that, and he's just like, "That's sick. How could you say like my girlfriend's dead?" And then she starts flying, and he's like, uh," and she's like, "Huey, I'm so sorry," and he's just like shocked on his face. And then we cut over back to the butcher, and he's got a little file with the believe stuff. You could see they're looking in, and he's just talking to Frenchie, and he's talking to or sorry, he's talking to Terror,
The
and he's
terror,
not.
and then
He's like, I'm
Frenchie
going
jumps
about
out of
this all
nowhere.
wrong. Yeah, he's like, I'm going about this all wrong. He's like, we're not even gonna go against the seven. Like he's been worried about Huey being like a
Yeah.
turncoat. That was the last story, and he's like, this is kind of silly. Like him being with Starlight, it's not a big deal. Like we're not even going against the seven. Like so he decides basically that he needs to kind of make amends with Huey. And so we cut back to the drama talk, and she's just trying to explain to him, and now she's like all panicking, which again,
Because he's freaking out.
even if we haven't gone through this experience, I believe we can kind of empathize a little bit. Like she's essentially kind of doing the thing of like telling telling your lover, your spouse that you cheated on him or something like that horrible thing of like, I know I need to tell you the truth. I need to be honest with you, but I'm afraid to
Well,
tell you because if I tell you, you're going to leave me. And
and
so
on her
she's
side, yeah,
let me finish.
that's what it's.
We'll come back. We'll come back. I promise. Don't worry. Hold. Um, so she's explaining like, and she's panicking, and he's just like horrified. The more she talks, the more like he's having images go through his brain of like, you know, everything that happened. And then she tells him she's a superhero, and he's remembering like Herogasm and like all the things that the soups do, and he's now seeing her in a different light. He's now projecting on her what he sees as superheroes, which isn't fair to her, but that's the only thing he knows as superheroes. Um, and so all these horrible scenes that we've seen in previous issues are flashing through his mind, and eventually he just can't hold it in. He's puking, and he's just like, "Get the fuck away from me!" And this was just a tragic scene. He runs off. Then we go to the Believe um, uh, festival. It's now underway, and we can see Frenchie is there undercover with the female. She-
Yes.
She's dressed up as this little. I didn't recognize that this was her at first
I knew. Yeah, I saw
until
that
I
face on
saw
the.
the second page where she like slashes that dude's face, and I was like, "What the hell's going on?" And then he see Frenchie's like, "No, we got to be wholesome. Remember, wholesome." And this was all like what was going on in her mind. Like one of my favorite scenes from the movie True Lies, where Arnold Schwarzenegger's imagining like smashing Bill Paxton in the face, but it's not really happening. Um, and so the festival's going on, and he decides to buy all these balloons because so that she can hide. And so
I love this, and she's like in the balloons walking in, and she's like peeks out, and she's like, "Yeah, I see you, lollipop guy."
yeah. Um, so then we cut over and we get introduced to a new soup whose name is O Father, and he has 12 sidekicks, and this is very sacrilegious. It's like um and yeah, so basically they're there. He's part of the whole bully thing, and he's putting on a show. Homelander shows up and
I
and
like the Homelander calls him out in the bullshit. It's like, yeah, I saw how you were touching that one. Pay attention to that one sidekick.
right.
Calls him out on it.
So
I
yes.
was like, ugh.
Yeah, so some pretty gross
but
pedophilia stuff here.
but the
Nothing
per the
shown, but they allude to it. Again, Garth Ennis really knows how to walk the line. We'll get to that though. Anyway, so Homelander's
oh,
talking about him, talking to him, and starts to allude like, remember when at Hero Gasm we talked about like doing our own thing or whatever. He's like, how many people can you get? Because he's going to O Father because O Father like knows everybody apparently. He's like, how many hero soups will like go with us? And he's like 60, 65%. Um, and he wants them to like round him up. And we see that the female is listening in, so they've been spying. Then we cut over to Huey, who's now in a fetal position, and he's crying. It's a little bit of an echo to what we saw with Homelander, and he's all upset and a good reason. Like this is like the first. Well, I'll leave for the commentary when we come back to it. But I was upset at Huey. So he's like basically saying I'm a big liar, and I'm just as big as liar as she is. I know I am. So he's starting to feel guilty
well, he's
because
also been ghosting her too.
he's acted
Like
like a total
14,
asshole. Right.
14 missed calls.
I'm getting there. You want to do
You're
this or
taking too
not?
long.
Well, you keep interrupting. Um, so he's like I'm just as big a liar, but she's a soup. So he's going over in his head, and this is something that I really related to. But we'll get back to that. So he starts to realize like, oh shit, she's a soup butcher, and you know he doesn't. He still loves her. He's like pissed off. He feels betrayed or whatever, but he doesn't want Butcher to kill her. So he's just like leaves her a message. He's like trying to get a hold of her. Calls a taxi. He's taken off, but she's not available. She's at Capes for Christ, and so they're doing a big old speech and. Um, this kind of was different than the show in the sense that like Starlight is really like she's not a believer now, and you could tell she's just reading teleprompters, and I didn't like that Garth Ennis painted Christianity in such a negative light, but that's kind of my own biases there.
Well, it's
Meanwhile,
like
Butcher or sorry, Homelander and O Father are continuing their conversation about um, getting everyone together and basically pulling off this almost like a coup, I guess, in a way. That this was the kind of what he was going to do at Hero Gasm, but then didn't actually end up doing it. And they're having that conversation. This is where he says he can get 65 percent tops, and Homelander's like, okay, that should be enough. And you can see they're still listening in. And then we cut over. Butcher meets up with Huey, and they're talking in an alley. And Butcher's like, "Are you scared of me? Like, what's wrong?" Now Huey's just kind of he's not really having a breakdown, but he's really troubled because of everything that's happened with Annie, and now he doesn't know how to talk to Butcher about it. And Butcher's just like, "Look, man, you're my mate. Like, we can talk about things." And so forth. And eventually they start talking about things. And let's see, uh, what is it? he's like, from now on, if something you're doing in your head that you're having any kind of bothering, it's bothering you, uh, you talk and I'll listen. There ain't nothing you can't say to me. Whatever the fucking problem is, you tell me, we'll sort them out together. You can trust me, all right? And so that this is kind of a new side, like a softer side of Butcher, and Huey doesn't know how to take it. So that is
and,
the
and,
full issue.
and
What are you busting at
Cole,
the seams to talk about?
well, the very final thing with Butcher is the reason he's taking easy on Huey because Huey hasn't seen the DVD yet. He hasn't seen the what his girlfriend has done.
We haven't got there
On
yet.
top of it.
You can't
Well,
talk
no,
about that.
no, what? No, I'm not saying that Butcher's already watched it in the previous arc we talked about. They already know that Butcher has already seen the DVD stuff. He knew about it because he knew that's how he found out one day Tuesday was dating Annie. Remember? We saw them together. So he kind of figured she probably doesn't know that. But regardless of though, going back, trying to remember now. Uh, just the whole thing with the female. The female in her mind, she's like, I just want like to behave, and you see how she's. You went too far back. Talking about the female in the balloons. I love that and all. You see her there, but you see her basically, in the balloons there, listening around. But she also, I think it's in this issue or is it the last issue? But you see her basically, they're undercover, and and I love how she's sitting on the throne of this skeleton remains. She based her own iron throne that she made out of skulls. Look at that right there. Like that is like just that's how disturbed she is in her head. She's like, oh, just kill him, and then she's gonna kill everybody, and just like, and then you see a bomb goes off, and you see her just like, and then she's kind of like, oh, out of her dream. But yeah, I knew right away when I saw it was Frenchie walking with her, because I'm like, I remember how short she is, and then I see that face down there, the scrunched up face. I was like, dude, why would Frenchie be walking with a normal girl too? But yeah, something's gonna happen with her with the girl eventually because something's gonna happen either after this whole Believe arc or during it. But overall, she's one of my favorite characters in this. But like I said, the Believe thing is kind of like didn't really amount to anything until the very last issue. Like to me, the whole thing was just kind of like, okay, let's move on to the next thing. The whole when I got all this whole arc, this is basically the breakup of Huey and his girlfriend. That's all this is for me. Like we know Homelander's gonna try and do something, but we don't know what. You know, but he said until the next story arc, we don't know what's gonna happen with that, or it might be a couple of story arcs before we even find out the fruition of what what they're gonna do. Because obviously he wants to call a meeting.
Right.
You
I
know,
mean, this is something we've seen before. Like Homelander
yeah,
pulled this
yeah,
off,
yeah.
pulled this at the Hero Gasm. You're right. We don't know what it's going to be, but he's up to something. This Homelander stuff.
That's why I call this arc the Huey breaking up with his girlfriend arc. But
So yeah, I mean that's not really it's not inaccurate or inaccurate. What I like about this is again this issue, same thing. My favorite stuff is the Huey, the human drama. Huey, this I feel sad. Like I really relate with Huey in this picture or in this setting because Huey is he's hurt, so he's how do I say, like he's exhibiting or he's expressing his hurt against her. He tells her to get the fuck away and all this stuff. And the whole time he's a bit of a hypocrite. You can see like when he's lying in his bed, he's like even
I
tells
feel
himself
yeah,
like I'm a liar. I'm just as liar as she is, but he's still focusing on his pain. And so he's being a bit self-righteous, which
I feel like
is
he's overreacting too though,
sure
because
he is overreacting. And this is something I think many of us, if not all of us, have been guilty of, where we've been mad at someone for doing the exact same thing that we've done or are in Huey's case currently doing. We're doing it, but we're mad at someone else and it's like we don't forgive them. We want to either wallow in our own pain because we're hurt, and if we give them a pass, we feel like it somehow diminishes, our own pain. Um, and so we want to feel like and it's just a human element that I think we go through, and this to me was very
Also
real.
back, yeah. Also, that the most people don't want to backtrack on it because they feel like, well, it's too late now. I already did this. It's like if I admit that they don't ever want to admit that they maybe were wrong.
Right. And
Their
so
pride gets in the way.
I love this, like when Huey's by himself, he's admitting, like he knows he's guilty, but he's still that pain is causing a wall, and we're gonna get more in the next issue on that's gonna build on that. But that to me, I don't know. I mean, we all live different lives. We all come from different experiences, but this was like really speaking to me. Like I was like, oh damn it, Huey! Like I know I've been in Huey's shoes, not with a superhero one, but anyways. Um, so yeah, that was my thing that stuck out here. Like I said, I didn't really like that they made the whole. I mean, I get that the soups are all corrupt and evil, so obviously a Christian movement that was sponsored by like superheroes would be really corrupt and evil too. Um, but I don't know. It was just Garth can just be a little dark sometimes. Um, yeah, and then they really did a job here through the dialogue, which we kind of glossed over with oh father talking about or well actually it's when Homelander talks to him about his 12 disciples or sorry 12 sidekicks uh and yeah alludes to the pedophilia like yeah there's in the top left page top right panel he's like what's up big man and he's like I'm serious you animal there's blood on one of these seats it's like oh, yeah well
Ew.
and you're like oh man and
You
that
see, I can't walk away.
the seats were where his sidekicks were sitting, as you can see here.
Yeah.
So it's just like, what the? Just yeah, and again, it's just alluded to. I respect that Garth doesn't show anything like that, but it's like, man, these guys are, but they're evil. They are twisted, evil mofo's. Like it really helps put you in the Butcher mindset. Like when if you ever stop to go, wow, man, Butcher's being a little extreme, and then you read that, you're like, nope, he's not being extreme enough.
You know what's funny? I just noticed in that last page that Tara's there. He's really little drawn, but it's Tara there on the top and the very bottom.
Yep.
I didn't know he was Ian Cable Long. I was like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Tears around a lot. I also like the hamster wheel scene here on
Yeah.
the top panel. Huey's all crying, but the hamster's just like la 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 la, just oblivious. um. Yeah, I like the juxtaposition of scenes like that. All right, so here we are on the third of four issues, 46. I like this cover here. Again, another doesn't really happen in the comic book, although it is represented in the comic book. But just seeing the legend on Maeve's lap is just just look at his creepy eyes. He's like,
I,
eh.
I'm just getting flashbacks to Wonder Woman and what was the guy, the the mind guy? I forgot what his name was.
I don't know.
He's
You think
whatever,
1984?
no. From the comic books, one of our villains was a dwarf. He had like telepathic powers,
Oh,
Mr. Mind or whatever. You know,
okay. Yeah, I don't read Wonder Woman.
you should.
Maybe I should. If I can find some good ones, maybe I will.
Perez. Start with that. If you like Greek history, Perez.
So here we cut a little bit of time as well. Maybe it's pretty close actually. I think he says, you can trust me, Huey. All right, and we get to the next book, and presumably
It's been
Huey's told him the whole story because Butcher's reacting. He's like,
yeah,
"Fucking
it's like
hell."
20 minutes later. Yeah, 20
Yeah.
minutes later.
So basically, without rehashing, we just know that Huey told him the story, and he's like, "Is that it? Aye, that's it. Nothing else? No. You didn't. I don't know. Didn't join the same gym as the lads from the team at Titanic, or get a load of sperm no, sorry, a load of what does it say? I get loaded spam from Hlander. It's hard to read Butcher's.
.com. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah, an email
what's
our
ironic
files.
here is Butcher's like, "You sure there's no more?" And Huey's like, "No, I told you everything." But we know, or we can reasonably conclude that he didn't tell him everything because there was a certain scene with
Yeah, yeah, because
certain scene
Huey
with
says
Black Noir.
and
On
I love
let
what
me
Huey
let
says here.
go
No,
ahead.
I want to say this before you get to that thing. I want to love that how Huey sets it up though. He says like, "There's no way you can believe me," and I love how he says like, "I think I actually can." He's smiling too. There you go. Go ahead.
Well, he's saying here is like I know it sounds impossible. But he's talking about Annie being with him, like he could be with a girl of 7. He's like just even saying it out loud, like I can't believe it. No one would believe me. And then that's when Butcher says to him, funny thing is, mate, I actually think I can. And
Exact. Doctor Cycle is the guy I'm thinking of.
so I don't think Huey told him about Black Noir when he just says I told him the whole story.
Oh no, wait, no,
There's
no,
nothing that says
no.
he did or didn't, but I get the feeling that's what this scene here is. When he's like, "Are you sure that's all?" And Huey's like, "No, it's like I told you everything." I still think that there's more that he didn't. But so we go back to the Believe thing, and we see Starlight's talking to Homelander, and he kind of gives her some props for standing up to Mr. Blonde. Um, and she's like, "What does it matter? We're still here." He's like, "Yeah, but you still stood up to him, and we gotta let him know that we can't. We're not gonna take their shit." And this is alluding that Homelander's got bigger plans. So
Yeah, I like how he really compliments her, and then he reminds her, "Go, yeah, you suck my dick." After all that,
right. Well,
so
she yeah. Again, you're jumping the scene. So she explains to him, like, well, actually, I'm thinking about quitting the team and blah blah blah. And he responds, "Really? After all that hard work you put into joining in the first place?" To which she's horrified, and she's like, "Well, uh, what the hell am I thinking about confiding in someone like you?" And she remembers just what a horrible person he is. Um, and it's interesting though. This scene, we'll talk about this for a second. She's like, uh, she says, "Was he in you when you made me do that?" She's talking about Satan, the devil's in you or whatever. And she's like, "Nobody made anyone do anything. We gave you a choice and you went right to work. I've never forced myself on." And then he pauses and he thinks about these pictures that he's looking at and he's like, and she's like, "What? What is it?" And he's like, "Nothing." Right. And so this I found very interesting. We'll come back to it.
yes,
We'll come back to it because I want to talk about this. We cut back over to Huey. Um, and he's like, "You're not gonna kill me, are you?" So Huey's still like, he knows who Butcher is, and he's like, "What?" He's like, "You probably think she's been, using me to find stuff out." And so basically, Huey puts together what Butcher was thinking the whole time, like that he was being used because he knows who Butcher is, and so he's like, "You probably think I'm a spy," and blah blah blah. And he's like, "Oh shit!" He's like gonna run away, and and Butcher just has to like, "Huey, no, no, dude, look, we're mates. Like we'll work everything out. Come on." But the funny thing is, of course, unbeknownst to Huey, Butcher was thinking that. Um,
yes,
but now he doesn't think that, so now he's mates with Huey. And so it's this weird dichotomy between the two characters. And so he starts interrogating him kind of passively about, what have you told her about us and this and that? And, do you love her? Like, and he's explaining that that they're in love with each other. And, and he's like, well, how do you feel now that you know who she is? And he's like, I don't think it really changes anything, but and Butcher kind of plants some bad seeds into his head about because he hates Soups, so he's basically telling him like she's probably just using you or this or that, and as RDV mentioned earlier, he's seen the tape, so he has a perception of her, um, and anyways, so Huey's just not really getting the best he's not getting unbiased advice here. Like it's probably not the best person to be asking love advice from is Butcher. We go back to Frenchie, who is checking in, and
There you go.
basically Frenchie's talking to Butcher about what they found out and all this stuff. And there's this kid that
Uh,
he was eyeballing, and he's just licking this ice cream cone. He goes under the balloons, and
do you
as he
remember who the
turns
kid
his
is though?
head, huh?
You don't remember? You don't remember who the kid is? That's the kid who stole her lollipop. The first issue.
Oh, is that okay? Oh,
So she pees on his ice cream when he's not looking.
yeah, that's gross.
And he licks it anyway. How does it not melt?
Well, it was kind of melting already. Look at his face. Yeah, it's gross. Um, and so yeah, it's kind of hard to talk about these issues in a way because they are so dialogue driven. There's a lot of just characters talking, and that's one of the best things about these books, in my opinion. Honestly, is the dialogue. It it doesn't tell the plot so much, but it really like gets you in these characters' heads. We run across MM, and he's really just freaking out, and he's like, "What the fuck, man?" And he's like, "Well, hello to you too. Where's my goddamn flask? Where the f is it? You mean I ain't fucking playing here?" Like he's just like, "I know it's in this exact spot, blah blah." And Butcher's like, "Yo, man, I heard what you said, but I don't know where your flask is. All right, motherfucker." And he just walks off, and then Huey's just kind of like, "Oh," and he remembers like how why MM has his name. Um,
Got it.
and he's like, what happens if he like can't get his his flask is where he keeps the milk, presumably.
Yeah,
What
yeah, he's not
happens?
drinking alcohol.
And and then Butcher's just like, well, he's got to go back to the source. And you're like, oh, and so we cut from that and just leave it to your imagination. And they're back at the office, and Butcher starts showing Huey that he does kind of trust him, and Huey's thinking that he doesn't. He's like, "You probably want to kick me off the team or something. I wouldn't trust me either." Butcher just looks at him and says, "Oh, because he's talking about that they put some bugs in the seven, and then the seven got rid of the bugs, and they replaced the bugs and all this stuff."
And
And he's like,
and
and
he
then
reveals how they
stop, stop doing
eh,
that, please,
eh,
please. So
hurry faster.
so there's a lot to talk about. So then Huey says to him, like, "Yeah, I guess you don't want to tell me about that because I wouldn't trust me either." And Butcher looks at him and says, just thinks like, "Oh, it's Maeve." So he confides in him that Maeve is their secret inside person, and he's like, "What? Queen Maeve? What?" And so Butcher explains to him, "Yep, and he's blah blah blah. The Maeve, once upon a time, the legend, this, and this is how it ties into the cover." Even though he never actually probably sat on her lap, I don't know, but at one time she sought the legend out for certain reasons to get certain information, and the legend used it and da 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 da. And basically, in order for whatever the legend gave her, traded for access, and got her to kind of do the bidding, and which is placing the bugs. And so like Huey's just kind of all shocked about it, and he's basically now he knows like there's these videos like, hey, there's stuff you need to see that from these, and Huey's still not sure. He's like, have you seen them? He's like, yeah. They're in the top drawer. So Huey looks over and he sees these photos of Queen Maeve. They're talking about that there's these sex photos that Queen Maeve had made. She knew that the bugs were there because she had placed them, but yet she still had no problem like doing these videos. And they think that the guy in there is Homelander, but they never see his face. But they're kind of speculating on like why would Maeve do these videos, because she knows that they're going to have access to them and that they could just leak them out to the world. And so there's a side here that's being given to like what Maeve's motivations are, and we don't really know, but we can talk about that later if you want. So they cut over, and basically Butcher's like, you still think I don't trust you? And I think Huey's kind of won over. Um, and he's now kind of mulling over in his head uh, about his whole predicament, and let's see. So he's gonna watch the videos, and Butcher leaves. So he's just like, just watching the videos and sees, and now we get to the scene where you can hear the audio, playing. It's that scene where he's like, "Welcome to the Seven. Now get on your knees," and da da da. And they don't show it, but we all know what's happening, and you can see Huey's face. And then we see Butcher saying, "Gotta be cruel to be kind."
In the
Because
right measure.
he knows what he did. Like he knows Huey needed to see that, or at least from his perspective, Huey needed to see
Yeah.
that.
It's kind
So
of funny. He brought up that song, like quoted that song. Gotta be cruel to be kind. Really fits with
um
this too.
yeah. So now a lot to talk about. Let's go. Oh, this scene here where Homelander stops in his tracks and he's talking. I found this scene very interesting because
Well, I already know what it is, but I'm not gonna spoil it for you though.
oh, you have a spoiler. You read ahead.
I knew about this a while back.
Oh, you got it spoiled. Okay,
Well,
so
I'd read some of the later comic books,
okay.
not all of them, but
So I'll just talk about. I mean, I don't know, and you can just talk avoiding spoilers.
I
So
yeah.
there's a yeah. So Homelander's looking at something here, and what got me interested though is not that there's pictures. Obviously, we saw those other pictures in the previous story, but more that like Homelander's like I never forced myself on, and it almost seems like he does have a conscience, right? Like
He
he
does.
he,
He's
he
like
kind of recognizes, oh, I have done bad things, like, and he's not a complete like he's a psychopath, but there's still like humanity in there, and that's what
uh,
this scene made me feel like. Um,
these photos though. I mean, I'm not 100% sure because there's some different things that happen later in the story that I can't talk about. But
yeah,
this could be one of my theories though. If these photos, is he maybe he had a fit of rage or whatever when he attacked people, rip people. Remember, there's those photos of him ripping people, biting babies' heads off, stuff
yeah.
that he doesn't recognize it. And they're showing someone showed him the photos of that,
Could be
and
those photos. It could be
and
those photos.
he's freaking out to that, or it could be something else going on. Somebody tried to blackmail him, and that's why he can't do anything because Vought has dirt on him.
Right. So panels 4 and 5 are the ones that really get me here because you can see like he's holding his face. He's like nothing. Listen, you can take the night off. That's what I came here to tell you. Um, and if anyone asks, you tell them it's on my authority. And it's like you can just see like the pain on his face. Like he's got this is the look of someone with severe regrets. Like like he just and it's a side that I haven't seen of him. Like he's psychopaths tend to not have like regrets. They just do crazy shit and like they're not their conscience isn't bothered by it. But to see Homelander, that it's to me it's very curious.
Looks like he's having slowly having a mental breakdown about the issues.
Yeah, I mean,
He's all over the place.
he is all over the
Even
place, but this scene in particular, like I said, just makes me feel like there's a little bit of humanity left in him, like, and he's having these regrets, and it
oh,
makes me wonder
we don't.
what is he regretting because he doesn't seem to regret anything.
We, as far as I know, we don't know. Was he a test tube baby like he was in the show? Like, was he
Yeah.
raised as a kid by
Hmm.
Vought?
Yeah.
That could be why. I mean, obviously you're messed up because you don't have an actual parent figure. You couldn't do anything
Well,
normal
yeah,
things.
for sure we know he's messed up. I'm just saying I didn't realize that there was humanity in him. Like, why is he expressing like he gives her the night off? Like that's not something normally you'd think of Homelander doing. Like he's being a little bit kind.
I mean, we know with the show, if he gets pissed really easily,
Yeah.
so he doesn't. This is more like a beta male, like a kid Homelander.
Yes. Thank you. That actually reminds me when you made a comment from the second issue we did, you had made a comment about being kids or whatever, and that's something that dawned on me. I think with this story in particular is I've always been kind of curious what motivates these soups to be all sadistic and psychotic and all this stuff. It's not it can't just be the serum because otherwise Annie would be that way. And we've seen that there are soups that aren't that way. So it can't just be the serum. It has to be something else. And so we saw with the G-men, oh, well, they were raised since little kids being molested, being fed porn, being fed all this like drugs and just debaucherous stuff from like a young age. So they have no moral compass. They're like bred to be psychotic. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Like why? But I think like with the case of like Homelander, what's maybe becoming apparent, and I'll see if I'm right as the issues go on, but maybe it's because these soups never grow up. Because if you think about like if you think about kids, kids can be the most cruel people on the planet because they lack empathy, right? So kids can do some of the things that are the most cruel things, not because they're evil, not because they're consciously like being malicious towards someone, but because they don't understand like how their actions have consequences or how other people like they don't take into consideration how it affects other people, right? They're just kids are like utterly selfish, right? Like babies for example, are 100% selfish. Just it's all about me, 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 me. And
That's
as you
right. Get rid of babies.
as you get older, as you grow up, part of the maturity process is realizing that the world doesn't revolve around you, that there's other people, they have feelings too, and we have to learn to like be
Fair.
socialized and care about other people. And I just see like as I'm reading these books, I'm like the soups, they're like children. They're like in adult bodies, but they're very much like with like 10-year-old brains in a way. Like emotionally, they're like still 10. And so they do these things that we look at and go, "My God, that's monstrous." But it's not actually that different than we'd see like an actual 10-year-old kids do. But 10-year-old kids don't have superpowers, right? They don't rip people's arms off and stuff. So I'm just wondering if that maybe is what it is. Like if is am I onto something? Is Homelander like the reason his motivations are like that is because he's emotionally stunted?
Think he's got emotional damage. Yes, tons of it. He's yeah. I mean, if he's being raised the same way like the character was in the show, he has no freedom. He's basically a homeschool kid like Zach. See, tying to you, Zach.
Zach says, "What even is this comic?" This is a good comic, Zach. I know you're not used to good comics, so it's very shocking.
It's a world of debauchery and sin. It's horrible people with a few people
What
who
did you
are
think about
stuck.
this whole thing about Maeve? Um,
Maeve, well, now I understand where the show got their idea from, having a snitch. Because I was wondering, how did they get the? Remember they had, and we've known this before, that they had feed into the Sevens building, you know, recordings and all stuff. I always wondered how the heck they got it in there. No, so it makes sense that they have a snitch in there because remember that's what Huey's been doing this whole entire time. Huey's been infiltrating the groups, planting bugs, but the Seven was something they never could do, and obviously I can't remember what the reason for Queen Maeve why she wanted to do it. I think because she wanted for protection or whatever. She just she wanted something to fall back on in case things get too bad, so she can at least blackmail someone. I can't remember what her reasons were, but now I understand why she drinks and all this stuff like this. She hates her life, so of course she wants to bring down the Seven and Vought because she's like a prisoner there.
yeah. And then yeah, so she jumped on board, the idea of like humiliating them all. She was for, but like this particular part where Butchers is like, you watch Maeve on the tapes, she don't give a fuck about nothing. Spends all day sitting on her ass, getting pissed on martinis, except when she's shagging bodybuilders 2 or 3 at a time. She knows we're seeing that on the cameras. She put in herself. We could be selling them on the live feed to every full time wanker on the planet. Um, doesn't slow her down for a second. And then photos that was took a long time ago, before that we called the legend. Um, and then Huey's like, "Well, why is she so fucked off?" And Butcher's like, "I absolutely got no idea whatsoever, mate. Long story short, we're still a little bit leery of her." But the feed's
Because
coming through, and we start watching, and we're waiting for some sort of setup. But nope, everything they say turns out to be the genuine article. So I found this kind of particularly interesting because even Butcher's kind of thrown for a loop. He's like, "Look, she's setting up these bugs, but it's like exposing her too," and he doesn't get it. Like he's like, maybe it's all a show, but
I
the
know
information's real.
in the show though, you remember Queen May wanted to get back at Homelander because the whole plane scene, 9/11 thing.
Yeah,
Maybe she feels
but she wasn't exposing herself,
no. I know. As I'm saying,
right?
in the comics, she decided to expose herself too, as all of them,
Right. That's the
because
whole
she
thing.
just
Is like
wasn't all that.
Butcher's like,
Yeah.
I don't get it. And anyway, so apparently you haven't been spoiled that either. So it'll be something to look forward to because Garth doesn't seem to ever introduce anything without having it mean something. So I'm assuming in the future we'll learn more about Maeve and
Well, the thing I have is the big shell nuke. If I told you, it would ruin the whole entire story for you. So I know
yeah.
the big
Well,
thing.
I appreciate
But
you not spoiling, but
but I'm sure there's equally as big things gonna happen towards the end.
I mean, it may not even be big. I just know like Garth, he doesn't dangle things out there and then ignore them, right? Like
No,
everything will be explained. So I'm sure if it was important enough for this scene to happen, I'm just speculating. I'm wondering what it is. Like why is Maeve,
as
why does
Black,
she
no,
the only
my,
thing that makes sense to me is that Maeve is somehow showing the boys in some backhanded fat like way that she trusts them, right? Like
yeah. The
by
only thing
doing
that really
that she's basically saying like you could use this against me, so I'm showing you I trust you. That's the only thing that makes sense.
the only thing that really weirds me out is that we don't know much about Black Noir, and he's hardly in the book at all.
Yeah.
That's what throws me out. We just know that he assaulted Huey. That's it.
Yep. We don't know much
Like,
about most of these characters though.
yeah. But I mean,
When it
like
comes to the seven,
we've seen Jupiter, we've seen A Train, like, but we never see Black Noir up at the base and stuff. So it's weird to
well,
me, but not level. So I don't
he doesn't
like what is he do?
socialize, right? Like he doesn't talk, so he
No,
wouldn't.
no, but you would still think that like maybe like A Train would kind of harass him, or something like that, because that's just the way they are. But, but I wonder if they have him somewhere else
I
or he
get the
just
feeling though that well, first of all, this Black Noir is not the Black Noir of the show. And I get the feeling that no
yeah.
one harasses him. Like he's just people just like keep their distance. Um,
So my question is like, did Garth Ennis have like no plans for him? Like, I guess we have no. Eh,
we still
we'll
got a
just
lot of
kind of
issues
make
to
it.
go.
I know.
We're only on 47 here, and
There's
there's over
60.
80 issues.
Oh, is there 80? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, if you count Dear Becky, because like the series I think ends on 76, I want to say. But then there's Dear Becky, which is like a 6-issue series afterwards. So, so anyway, speaking of 47, um,
I gotta say, I like the black and white sketch more than I like the colored cover.
uh, I can see why the cover has the eyes in a more of a pleading
It looks more
way.
like Gollum on the cover.
So
It's a
we
shame.
open up with Huey. Remember, he watched the video, and Butcher was kind of
He looks like
being cruel to be kind, and he's just eating some Chinese food, and Huey's puking, and Butcher, zero empathy from Butcher. Huey's puking his guts out. Ah, come on, son, you know it'll give you the shits. Um, and then he's like, "Did you watch it?" And he's like, "I did, mate. It's fucking horrible."
yeah.
And Huey's just like, I never thought I couldn't, I never. And this is where Butcher kind of tells him, like, look, man, they're soups. Like, this is what they do. Like, they're bad. She's, I tried to tell you, And this is where Butcher has no open-mindedness at all. Like he's just stuck in his paradigm that there can be no good in Annie, and
He's
he
the worst
says
person
that
to talk to.
yeah, he's the worst person to talk to about it. Like, and it's like he's like she's either pissing herself, laughing behind your back, or she's just plain mental, mate. But either way, it don't look too fucking good. And he snaps his fingers. Stop it. Um, you feel a fucksite better later if you don't start crying in front of another bloke. So Butcher has no place for him crying because Butcher is pure alpha male. You don't cry in front of dudes. So Huey goes off somewhere else to cry. Um,
You're
and
gonna have some new clothes.
and yeah, that's a funny.
Is
I just
that foretelling?
I think I just got it because Butcher always wears the same clothes.
Yeah.
So that I think that might have been a joke. Um, anyways, so Butcher tells but Huey's like, I'm gonna let you decide how you want to do. He's not gonna like force him to do anything, but he's like, one thing, don't be telling
Don't
her
tell
how
her.
you saw the big break, right? Um, he's like, what should I tell her then? And it cuts off. So we go over to the 7, and Annie's just really distraught and sad. And I think you're meant to feel like bad for her, like what she's
I
going
do.
through.
But then we see Black Noir.
Yeah, see, you were just speaking of Black Noir, and he's hiding in the
He likes
shadows.
exactly. That's I'll see you in the next 12 issues.
He's like Batman. That's the whole thing. Like he's always brooding.
Looks like
So
Parasite, man.
she goes to Maeve kind of for advice, and of course, just like Huey, getting advice from Butcher is like the worst thing he could do. This is probably the worst thing for her to do is go to Maeve, who is obviously the most like beaten, like man hating, just like, um, and she's like, it's funny that you came back here. You don't like us, but you come back here for comfort. And she's basically says, I don't have anywhere else to go, and gives her a little sob story about being in love or whatever. And Maeve's just it's like, well, you can't basically hang with the normal people, like we're just above them and all this stuff. And
So I want where are Jupiter A train in the deep going? See him flying away out of
I
the
don't know.
window.
Um,
I never noticed the deep up there. I just saw the Jupiter. I was like that's gotta hurt holding up. But at least he's not doing the armpit thing. But he's doing the Superman Batman thing.
she basically
Uh,
tells Starlight, look, all you have left are superheroes. You can't hang around with the regular people. And she gets a text, and it's Huey who says the park now. So we go back
right.
to the Believe show, and one of the things that the Believe show had is like a big contest where you could win a dinner with Homelander, blah blah blah. And so Homelander's given the final address at the festival, and there's a lucky family who won dinner, and he flies them off in their new car. I'm assuming it's their new car or whatever. They're in a car. He flies off. He's like, "Okay, Miller's going up," and they fly off, and we see Frenchie and Female looking up in the sky, like watching this whole thing happen, and then Female points up, like, huh? And he looks up and he sees all these other soups flying up in the sky too. And Frenchie's like squinting his eyes, pondering what's the hell's going on. And then his eyes open, dawns on him. He's like, oh shit. So again, cut off the scene, go to the park, the bench. And this is the part where I just wanted to wring Huey's neck. So
Oh yeah, I see here, yeah.
Huey shows up and he's just like, you whore. Because remember, he's seen the video. And he's like, I saw the tape, blah, 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 blah. And he's going off on her, just railing. He's crying. He's hurt. And she's like, what? Like, and she wants to explain, like, and he just doesn't want to hear any of it. And he's just,
It was before they even dated.
yeah, well, even so, like, he just thinks that she's a whore. And he's just so hurt. And he's just diving deep into his pain. Like, this is like when people are like looking to be offended and they just want to wallow in their own offense. And she's just like, "Look, I'm trying to be like, I get you're mad. Let me explain. You got to stop." And he's just railing on her, and she's trying to tell her like, "You can't, you got to stop. Like you're gonna basically you're gonna say things you can't take back." And this was breaking my heart because I have been in Huey's position here, and I have done these things, and there's certain things you just need to hold back because you will forever damage um things. So we cut over to Homelander in the middle of this tragedy, and
Hi, Millers. Hi, Millers.
he's flying the family up, and they're like, "Please, sir, it's kind of cold." Blah blah blah. And he's like saying, and you can just see Homelander's face, like, like this is what I'm born to do. And he basically explains to them, like, "Oh, the Believe is just a scam designed to separate halfwits like you from your money." And he, basically takes pleasure in ruining their whole experience.
And
And then
kills him.
at the end, he decides, you know, basically, there's no God. There's the only man in the sky is me. And they're like, "What? No!" And he like drops the car. "Oh dear Jesus Christ, no!" And then he just kills him. Like the psychotic. Again, this is like Garth Ennis reminding you, Butcher is Butcher like too extreme? No, he's not extreme enough. Like every time you think you have sympathy for Soups and stuff, and then you see scenes like this, and you're just like, "Oh my goodness!" And unfortunately, the this digital double page spreads are not done right. So, anyways, when we see Homelander's now, let's talk. So he's got his Soups. Presumably, it's that 60% we mentioned earlier. Cut back to Huey on the bench, and he's all upset. And Annie's just kind of at a loss for words. It's like, and he's like, "A Train? What? A Train was one of them. He killed Robin, remember?" And of course, she didn't know even who he was when this happened, so he couldn't remember. It's not like she did
Yeah.
anything on purpose. So she had no. She was never trying to hurt him, but he can't see that. Like he's only seeing the pain. He's linking
Yeah,
everything that hurts him.
he's a prick.
Yeah, Huey's being a big ass right now. Um, and he just basically is like so mad. He's so upset that he will not allow himself to have any like forgiveness or any like he just wants to just rail it out on her. And she's just like, "Please, Huey, don't say like, we'll try to figure this out. You're the only person who means anything." And he's like, "Well, then you've got nothing." You're just like, "Oh, damn, Huey." And he tells her, "I don't ever want to see you again." She's like, "Please don't walk away." And then we get a narrative box, which Garth normally doesn't do. And he says, strange thing was, he knew she was right. Without being sure exactly why, he knew he was making the wrong choice. But he dredged up what he needed to keep going, to put one leaden foot in front of the other. And she's like, "Huey, you found me," which is what they were saying in the first issue when they were all in love. And it was like, "Oh, you found me." And the world, uh, and the words came out like lament. And so he just like shatters her. And this man, I like Huey and I like Annie. And this made me so mad because when you are in love with someone and they love you and you can't be like this. Like this is why people don't confess their shame to their husband or their wife. Because if they fear that if I tell you this bad thing, you'll leave me. So I don't tell you, which of course is bad because if you find out, then you're going to leave them. But you have to be able to allow the person you love most in the world to confess their sins to you. And if they can't confess and you can't forgive, then you had no business saying you loved them in the first place. Like, and so basically, in my mind, Huey's the bad guy here. I understand his pain. I've walked in these similar shoes, and I have caused a lot of pain in reverse because of mine. So I get it, and maybe that's why it hits me so hard. And that's one of the reasons I liked this book is even though I liked it in an ugly way. Like Garth really tore at my heart because he dug up some deep emotional baggage that I have. But that's what good artists can do. They can really speak to you, and makes me wonder like what things Garth has gone through in his life. But this hit me like a bag of bricks. What do you got to say about this issue?
You said this pissed me off mainly because of the fact that just Huey, how he is just a hypocrite. And you know, because he saw the blow job and all that stuff. But if he is smart, and he realized, you know, I don't know if there's now the surveillance came out, there's time stamps or whatever, but he wouldn't even listen to her. Like
Yep.
it's like is that thing? It's like I said, it's all about him, and that's the dumb thing about that. At that point, I wish she would have just slapped him in the face and been like, dude, like call him a hypocrite, you know. But then again, she doesn't know. Like,
He doesn't
there's
know. Oh,
I
that's
almost
what makes it so much worse. Because if
yeah
they ever do get back together and now he has to confess to her,
yeah.
she's gonna just be like, "You what? You put me through all that fucking pain,
So
and then you were
there,
doing it the whole time?"
yeah, there is
Oh my gosh.
this was 47, right? This is
Mhm.
40. Okay.
Yeah, it's the last issue.
Okay, so after the end of this last issue, there is a miniseries called uh um what's it called? The Boys Highland Laddie. You're supposed to read. Telling about Herogasm. There's another 6 issue thing you're gonna read. Ties into
Highland Laddie's what we're doing next.
yeah, it ties into basically them you know, discussing more about Huey and her.
Okay.
Yeah, so many freaking ties in. But the problem is though, it's John McCrea doing the pencils with Keith Burns. It's so it's like I look at the art, it's like I gotta suffer through some bad art.
Uh-huh.
But I know I was like, no.
So here's Highland Laddie's volume 8 of the trades.
Yeah,
It's not terrible art. It's just when you get used to Derek Robertson, he just captures like the personality so well, you know. So
I get.
yeah, this book tore me up, man. Uh, tore me up. But I think I'm
Imagine that
crossing
was
my
imagine.
fingers.
I'm just saying, imagine that was like a show and that was your cliffhanger. Like, imagine if Garth is like, all right, that's the end. We're gonna take a couple months off till we get to the next issue. Like they do it, like Kirk does with Firepower.
Yep.
Can you imagine with cliffhanger? It's like no.
Yep. Yep. This is the kind of book though that I think see I like when writers can dig deep like this, when they can dig into these emotional scenes, when they can dig deep into the psyche of humanity and how we operate as people and relate to one another, because these are the types of things that I think that if we haven't experienced this, like if I had read this book maybe 10 years ago, maybe I could have avoided some of the pain and things that I had done, because when you can experience things in a fictional setting, it helps you maybe make more informed decisions when in reality you start coming across similar settings. Um, I think that's the power of art, and in especially like the written word is allowing us.
It's a lot different when you're in the moment though. When you step back
Of
and look
course,
at things, yeah, then you
of
realize, oh
course,
crap.
but at least sometimes you can recognize it though, because you're like, oh, I've experienced like characters going through these similar things, and sometimes you can maybe start catching yourself like I'm doing a similar thing. Um, I don't know. Maybe I would have, maybe I wouldn't have. I don't know, but just gosh, this book is it's the least like action, it's the least like plot driven as far as like the overall saga of the boys, but it's so heavy in the character development of Huey and Annie. Um and also Huey and Butcher. There's a lot of moment here of how their relationship is progressing and changing. Um
I feel like Butcher's like the guy. It's like it's like, oh, I have a problem with girlfriends. Like he's the guy who's like, you know what? Girls are horrible. You should just break up with her, bro. You don't need her.
yep.
It's like you can get the milk for free. Go do it. You don't need to marry a girl.
Butcher is just Butcher and Maeve are like two sides of the same coin. Like they're both such
Yep.
damaged
Yep.
goods, right? They're just like, no, people are scum. You don't need them. It's just like,
That's what I liked about in the show how they hooked up. I was like, dang, because they're the same person.
uh,
But
yeah. I just love this book. Like I probably is one of my lesser enjoyed books. Like I wasn't happy reading it. It wasn't a fun read, but it was a
no,
really emotional
it's
read.
it's a book. See, that's the switch, and that no, and he does the bait and switch. You think you're gonna read a superhero book, but instead it's all about humans.
Yeah, there's so much humanity
It's like
in
Kirkman, The
these.
Walking Dead.
Yeah,
It's all about humans. It's like what? Yeah, there's zombies there too. But where's the zombies? I just see people. it's, it's
yep.
it's like ah, it's like
I just want to wring Huey's neck, but I also feel bad. Like I see. Here's the thing: having gone through similar life experiences and been kind of in Huey's shoes, I want to wring his neck because I'm like, dude, you're being a total asshole. But I also know, and we'll see if I'm right. If Garth captures this the way I expect it should go, is that this is going to destroy Huey. Like this is not what's going to make him happier. He's going to realize he made the wrong decision. He doesn't need anyone to wring his neck. He's going to face the punishment and the consequences of these actions. And so, as much as I want to wring his neck, I almost feel sorry for him because the punishment that he's going to get is worse. Um, man, so good. Any final thoughts on these before we cut off?
uh, like I said, this whole arc, the believe thing, I guess is about Huey not believing her, not wanting to listen to her. She admits that she's not a Christian anymore. She don't want to do it, and like I said, it's all about people who just don't have time.
Yeah,
I
good.
guess.
Well said. It is thematically like there's a lot of echoes, right? Like it's
Yeah.
Butcher deciding he's going to believe in Huey, right? It's Homelander coming and deciding to grow a pair and believe in himself, like he's finally going to execute his little plan where before he's always cowed to Mr. Blonde. It's Annie believes in Huey and decides to tell him the truth. She no longer believes in God. Thematically, all throughout this storyline is belief. Like all these characters are either believing or giving up their belief.
Yep. Wonder how much these actually early books go for.
Oh, I don't know. I'm sure the early ones are the hard ones to get.
Remember, it's Dynamite, and these probably were a low print to
Oh,
begin
the
with.
first 6 issues were DC.
Oh, they're
Oh,
Wildstorm.
Wildstorm. Yeah.
Yeah. Then they went then. Hmm. I don't know
Yeah.
when.
So I bet you those issues are the ones that are uh, rather expensive, if I had to take a guess.
Whoa, you're painting on the thing. It's lagging me your pointer. The heck? Uh
Uh,
oh. It's all right.
Apparently, Discord has decided to give up the ghost.
As it should.
All right. Well, I don't know if we have any audience that are still up at this late hour, um, but
Dick, it's
that is the
okay. You can
boys.
watch now. Skip, are you still
There
here?
was nothing really bad, I don't think. And I mean, there was like a little sex scene image,
They
but
showed boobies. I'm sorry, and the peeing on the ice cream. That's it. There
as
was
far as
nothing really.
on the boys scale, it was rather
Uh, uh,
tame.
compared to the past, like couple like books, yeah, this is tame. I just laughed because I was like, oh, he's there you go, it's Butcher with the car, and they're gone. It's like it's like, and that's a Butcher that we know from the show, where he just goes cold heartless like that, and like he just says like, "Yep, it's all a lie," and then see you later, lets them go, they'll die. Like that's the Homelander we see on the show. Like, so I'm wondering if that's gonna be his dominant personality going forward in the comic book. No, but curious to see where it goes in from there on.
So I was on eBay and
Really,
there was a boys number one slab 9.8 was $700.
slapped. Oof.
Yeah, this the slab. Obviously, you can spend a lot more. Um, there's a lot of issues to collect if you wanted to like collect a series because what there's like I said there's like 70 something.
I think so.
So yeah, I wouldn't personally try,
If it was
but it would be
if
cool
it
to
if
own.
if it wasn't slapped, it might be a lot less.
Well, let me see. Yeah, it might be a lot. Let me see if I can search up the boys. Uh,
Probably went up because of the show too.
the boys number one. Uh, There's so many. So here's a guy selling first print Wildstorm boys number one, 199 or best offer.
That's more reasonable.
There's a lot of number ones though, because they've like reprinted it, and then of course like there's variant covers, and so it's difficult to actually find the original Wildstorm one. And
If
then
you
they
know, if you want to read the first issue of the boys, physical copy, go to a comic book store. They have the digital, or not digital, but the physical image first books.
now here's the deal. Apparently, Dynamite reprinted it. Like so, when Dynamite got the series, I don't think they continued at number 7. I think they started at their own. Like they just reprinted 1 through 6,
Yeah, I think they did too. Yeah,
and then
that's
just
why I
kept
said.
going. So if you get the Dynamite number one, it's $20.
Yep.
So that could be a way if someone wanted to collect it and not pay a ton of money. As I figured, the Wildstorm books would be um, super expensive. Although you never know, maybe you can find it. Someone doesn't know what they have, or independent books are really difficult. Like as far as like value goes, like are they gonna be worth something or not? Because collectors mostly don't care about indie books unless it's like
Yeah.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles number one or something.
Or it's a huge IP. Like, yeah, like you said, Ninja Turtles is a huge IP. Transformers, if you got one of the very first ones books, those are probably worth some money. Uh, obviously, The Boys, Invincible, Walking Dead, because those blew up popularity because of the shows. I mean, trying to think, if Firepower ever gets a freaking like show or a cartoon or anime, so it's gonna blow up in popularity. I don't think Invincible was very popular until it got the Amazon Prime thing.
Oh, that's not true.
Like, I mean, if you didn't know who Kirkman was, kind of like I think
Even before it got the Amazon, like #1 went for over $1,000.
yeah, but how many people actually knew about it though? That's my thing. Unless I
Collectors.
mean, I guess if you're following it from the very beginning, I mean,
And don't
I
forget,
think people
Invincible crossed over with Marvel. Like it was big enough. Like Invincible was,
for like for one issue.
yeah. But I mean,
I think
the point is if you're an indie comic and you appear in
I
a
think
Marvel comic, like that's a
I I think people probably found out about it because The Walking Dead popularity. And they want to see if the other guy had more other stuff. So then Invincible gained more traction, more stuff. But being like I said, like I don't know,
probably
it's like
that probably helped Invincible's collectability for sure. Like The Walking Dead being so huge, then people are
yeah,
like,
because I
"Oh,
don't
he did another book called Invincible. Let me go back and try to get those issues." And when that demand built up, it probably raised the price. But it was yeah, people liked Invincible. I mean,
yeah.
Invincible had more spin-offs than Walking Dead. There were like 5 or 6 spin-off comics from Invincible.
Well, their tires crossover events. Image like the Marvel does. Image had their own crossover events.
No, but I
And
mean, they
Kirkman was
literally did comic books that are
well, the
that were part of
Astonishing
the Invincible
Wolfman.
universe.
Yeah, Astounding Wolfman, whatever his name is.
That was
Who
one of them.
uh, I know. I think Science Dog is one of them. I don't know if it's or is now, but trying to think what else. But Haunt is the other one I've been thinking of. Yeah,
Haunt was not a spin-off of Invincible. Haunt is a Spawn.
the spinoff.
It's part of the Spawn verse.
Oh, it's okay.
But it was written by Robert Kirkman.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Hmm. I don't know, man. I said, trying to think. Would any other books get that same benefit like Invincible did? Like, would do you think Firepower has that chance of like blowing up and being like really popular, expensive for the first issue?
Unlikely. And I think, like I said, with in the case of independent books, the sad thing is they don't tend to hold their value. Walking Dead may because it's really ingrained into pop culture now. I mean, there's like what 3 television
Shows
shows. There's been
there
multiple
was
video games.
there's two shows now, but
I
they're
mean,
doing spinoffs. Yeah,
total, yeah. So it's really ingrained into pop culture. So Walking Dead will probably hold its value for a long time.
we're just really weird though because like the black and white thing, because you think they go down in value because people are collecting the deluxe color version, which is the same story but it's on color. So you think people are like, well, okay, well I can just read it through the deluxe edition now. Why do I need to go back and buy the white, the black and white one?
Well,
But then again, yeah,
you don't buy
yeah.
comics for collectability because you want to read them. That
But I mean, like, though, with you being able to get they're being re-released again, but it's in color. So why would people care about the black and white when I can just get the colored one? So that's how I am. I personally am.
because but
I'm
yeah, but you're not a collector,
I'm
right?
collecting the
So
books, man. Yeah.
yeah, but collectors want the original. That's the bigger trophy, I guess, is the way to put it.
I don't know. To me,
So,
I think color is better than the black and white, but
well, it's better to read, but when you're showing off your collection, having the originals is more impressive. So, yeah, those color books are. I mean, the first issue of Walking Dead's like $1,500. I wonder how much it actually is. Now that we're talking about it, um,
I don't have the gold foil one, but I have the first issue normal color cover.
Walking Dead issue 1. Come on.
Walking Dead Deluxe.
That's another one of those things that are just such a pain in the ass. No, I don't mean the omnibus #1. I mean the issue.
So Walking Dead Deluxe #1.
No, I'm looking for original Walking Dead.
Oh, original? Oh. Well, I guess I have there's the Tony Moore cover B for #1. It's $10 right now with $7 shipping. Somebody's selling it. This is a reprint. Okay, I guess they're all called color reprints, yeah.
I guess I could search by highest price first. Here we go. One guy selling it for 20 grand. That's ridiculous. Let's see. There's another 9.8s for 5,800. There's two 9.8s for 5,800. One for 42. 4,000. Okay, that's what's the lowest price? 3,500. And there's quite a few up here. Scroll down. Just looks like
Like I said, I'm looking at the Walking Dead Deluxe Finch second print variants. The 125s. Some of those are like $60. Crazy.
these are all slabbed. I should look for non-slabbed. Yeah, you're gonna spend over $1,000. That's the point. Even here's a guy selling a slab #2 for $1,000.
Data's got the issue 50 now. In the reprints, the deluxe ones right now.
So yeah, man. Here's a non-slab #2 for $800. Whew.
There you go. Cool.
So, anyways, this is boring talk. Point is, Walking Dead, yeah, it's going to be a lot. But I was trying to get at with independent books is they don't really hold their value because once they kind of leave the culture, no one cares about them anymore. Like I remember, in the 80s, 90s when I was collecting comics, like there were independent books at the time that were super hot, right? And now you can find them in dollar bins because
Well,
they
yeah, that
can't.
was Cyberforce and all that stuff. Wildcats, all that
Well, those are
stuff.
different. Well, those have actually gone up in price, but those are different because they sold in the millions. I'm talking about like real indie books, like on the level of TMNT. TMNT obviously became a thing that's huge, but um, man, there was there were other comics that were super hot at the time. Everyone was trying to be the next TMNT. Like there was a comic called Boris the Bear. You can get that probably in a dollar bin now. Fish Police. Oh my god, Fish Police was huge. That actually had a cartoon. Everyone thought, oh, it's gonna be the next Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles of Fish Police. Like finding #1 was impossible, and now no one cares. Most people don't even know what Fish Police is. It's like, um, a lot of these books, they're just because the crowd that was into it back in the 80s, they cared about them, but someone like Zach doesn't care. He's like, I don't even know what that is. Like, why would I have any interest in paying a ton of money? So eventually, I think even like Walking Dead will get to that status, but it'll probably hang around the culture long enough. I guess what I'm trying to get at is I don't think uh, Firepower will ever do that because even if they go up a little bit in 10 years, is anyone going to care about Firepower? Um, there'll be there's always new books that are coming out, and so people are interested in whatever their era of books are. If that makes sense.
Yep.
All right. Well, let's close this out here with your favorite segment. Comics to avoid Wednesday. Any comics to avoid this Wednesday?
Quite a few.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. That's the most desired comic according to League of Comic Geeks.
The funny part, it's not the only Spider-Man comic going on at the same time. There's one cult Spider-Man with Mark Bagley and Dan Slott going at the same time as this. There's 2 amazing Spider-Man books. I think the other one's called Amazing. I'm not sure, but yeah.
This one is the most desired. I don't know where the other
I think it
Spider-Man
comes
is.
out.
We gotta scroll down for a while.
I think issue 2 comes out next week, or it was out or the week before. But Spider-Man, look at that! I'm actually looking at that. It's J.M. DeMatteis doing this. It's takes place around the Last Hunt, or even the Last Hunt. It's right around that.
J.M. DeMatteis is a
Yeah,
competent writer.
I know. That's
Origins
I'm like,
of Kraven.
and I'm looking at this. Oh wait, back when they were married, Peter Parker and MJ. Why would I not want to read this? Yeah. Yep. This takes place when Ben Riley was I guess taken over because Peter and MJ and moved to Portland. So
Yeah, it seems like it could be a cool book. I'm not sure how I feel about Marvel doing these.
they're not retcons; they're just stories that take place in between the bigger stories.
Right. No,
Yep.
but I mean like going back in time and saying like here's a story that takes place back in the 90s when it's like okay, on the one hand like it's not totally bad like but on the other hand it's like I don't really like prequels because you kind of know how the story ultimately turns out and it's
Well, I'll just say this: it's written by the original writers, and it's written better than the crap coming out today.
sure. No,
By
I'm
characters.
just saying as a premise in general, the idea of like going back and writing these older stories because you kind of know there's not a lot of wiggle room for them to do stuff because we know how things turn out. And so if this story fits in the continuity, is like Mary Jane gonna die? Like, like, no, we know. Like, we kind of know how things go out. So they can't tell us a lot of new stuff. And so
No,
I'm not
well,
saying
you can
it's
at least
totally bad to do, but I just
the reason I like it because you get one more hurrah from that better era of Spider-Man.
sure, but I guess the
Instead
way
of
that I'm thinking of it is like I'd rather just have those talented people shape the current stuff. you know,
oh yeah, sure. So I would, yeah, I would. I mean, I would love to ignore the past 20 years of Marvel.
Um,
All
so
of it.
what about this? This is the one you were talking about the new Dan Slott series.
Because I thought it was supposed to be the ongoing series, but apparently it's not an ongoing series. It's a mini series. That's what I was so confused about because I'm like, wait, because they remember they announced that Dan Slott was taking over with Mark Bailey. They're gonna do Spider-Man. I was like, okay, so they're doing amazing, but they're like, no, they're not because Zeb Wells still doing his shit.
This is
So I'm confused.
this is a continuation of the Todd McFarlane Adjectiveless Spider-Man series.
Oh, okay, that's what the legacy means at 158. I was like, what the hell? How is it like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get this. This is But it is the end of the Spider-Verse, so that sounds good.
For now.
I hate the Spider-Verse. I don't really see a lot of
Who's writing Wolverine? Is that Larry Hama? Or is that just Benjamin Percy?
Benjamin Percy
Benjamin.
still writing Wolverine.
I haven't read it, but I mean, I like the Larry Hama story they had Patch. That was the real backstory too, but I was like,
That was
like
that
that.
was not the main continuity Wolverine though, right?
No, it wasn't. No,
Yeah.
because he was on Madripoor or whatever.
Basically,
His-
whenever you see an X book and it has this typeface, That's
Yeah,
what you
that's Hot
avoid.
Pot. Yeah.
When you see the old font, that's the one you can do.
The one I had, it had the white McFury in it. That's how I knew it was a better one. Literally,
Wow, you
I was
sound like
like, damn.
Zach.
No, I'm just saying, pre woke Marvel.
Yeah, I know
I
what
don't
you
care
mean.
what book it is. Yeah,
I was trying to roast Zach.
The worst '90s books titles are better than the stuff today. Sorry. Oh no. Oh, okay, there it goes.
I like
That's a
that
cool
cover.
cover. Yeah, but is he doing that in this issue? Is he destroying, you know, Sentinels? No, he's not. Usually a cool cover.
Yeah, I bet you there's no Sentinels in this at
Nope.
all.
Nope.
So yeah, it's sad. I gave the series a chance.
So
When it,
why is there blood though? But he can't smoke though.
I don't know what the hell. Why does he have
What the-
lamb chops? Wolverine looks stupid with lamb chops.
Maybe it's not him. Maybe it's his son, James Howlett
Uh,
Jr. from the Ultimate Universe, or it's Sabretooth, or it's some guy who has curved daggers instead of having claws and Mentu claws. There's not. Why are they that curved?
always been curved.
If they went in his body like that, he'd have him sticking out his palms all permanently all the time. Well, it's so freaking curved.
Yeah, that's just artist liberty.
I know,
Every
but look
every
at
artist tries to do Wolverine's claws differently.
that hand on the right. Look at that. It's like there's no way it would fit inside his hand. It would just be like goes to shake somebody's hand. Oh God! It's like just sticking out.
Yeah, my Wolverine. When I was reading Wolverine, they didn't even come out between his knuckles. They came out on the top of his,
Wrist. Yeah.
yeah, the top of his, no, the back of his hand.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. But yeah,
And he used to have like three little like
silver things. Yeah. Ports. Yeah.
yeah, little ports where they pop out. And then
And then
some artist at some point decided to draw them where they like came out through the knuckles like that, which I don't hate it, but what I'm trying to actually say is like by that point Wolverine kind of was ruined for me. So that's like a signature when I see Wolverine drawn that way. It's like, oh, that's the post cool Wolverine.
that's your landmark, so you know where you are.
It's post Bone Claws. Bone Claws is like the dividing line. Pre Bone Claws, Wolverine was awesome. Post Bone Claws, he started being
That's fun.
ruined.
That's your post crisis.
Yeah, that's my post crisis. Post crisis Wolverine. Um, but Ben Percy, I guess, is doing fine. I don't.
I heard he's doing good on the Ghost Rider.
Yeah,
So
people
people are liking
like
that.
people that are reading it enjoy it. I tried out that issue number 1, and I was like, no, and I could only stick with his X Force for 5 issues, and I had to give up. I don't like Ben Percy's writing. I think he's really boring.
Hey, it wasn't offensive though. I mean, he's
He's
boring.
not
Yes.
offensive. He was just boring. Um, I can't believe Batman Urban Legends is still going on. Who the hell's buying this book?
It's your anthology books, right?
Yeah, it's $7.99.
Oh, they got Frank Cho's brother, Michael Cho. Other than that, I mean, I know Jordy Belair. Apart from that, I don't know anybody else in this.
I don't see a reason to pay $8 for this. Like, uh,
Yeah,
is
is
it
it Batman?
terrible? I don't know. Maybe not. But like even when Zdarsky had a story going on in this in the beginning, I was like, it's
What
just
is this,
not
Speed
worth
Racer?
$8.
I literally thought this was gonna be like Batman Racing, a game, but it's a story now. Batman Racing. In the style of Batman is now in the style of Mario Kart. He has to race against his enemies to win.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I'm shocked that this is $8 is getting enough people to buy
Yeah.
it to continue.
Where, come on, DC. Where's my Gotham City Racing? I avoid majority of Marvel. Any of the X-Men I avoided. Judgment Day, I'm avoiding all of that. The Golden Age looks cool. That's Jeff Johns writing, so I'm excited for that.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh, Scott Collins.
Jerry Ordway though, and Brandon Pearson.
Didn't wasn't Scott Collins the artist when Jeff Johns? Wait, was it Jeff Johns' Flash?
I didn't read a lot of Jeff Johns' work at all, so I can't tell you. Zach will be the one to tell you. But Jerry Ordway is going to be taking some art, and so is Brandon Pearson and Gary Frank, Steve Lieber. It looks like we got a couple different artists too. 48 pages for
Holy
$5.
cow.
Yeah, different pages. Todd Knox doing a variant cover too.
See, from the Justice Society of America to the Legion of Superheroes, the new Golden Age will unlock DC's epic and secret-ridden history of heroism, launching new groups of titles set firmly in the DC universe. From the 1940s to the 3040s, heroes take on the great evils of their time, but in the aftermath of Flashpoint Beyond, those heroes and villains will have their lives turned upside down. DC's future and its past will never be the same again. But how are Mime and Marionette connected to this? Why are Rip, Hunter, and the Time Masters the most unlikable heroes in the DC universe? I would challenge that. I don't think that they're going to be the most unlikable heroes in the DC universe. And who or what is nostalgia? Don't miss the start of the strangest mystery to ever have plagued the DC universe.
So if you read Flashpoint Beyond like me and Zach were doing, this led up to this. This was a thing. That's why the JSA members weren't allowed anymore, because they're being held captive by somebody in time. So they were released at the end. So now they're being released back into
new Golden Age. I'm curious to see what they're going to do with this.
I'm getting the one up there, the top middle one. I think it's the Todd Knock one. I like the cover. It looks like the 90s.
Yeah, he does have a real 90s look.
I think it's next week will just be a Stargirl thing too. Yeah, like this looks so creepy.
What the hell?
What was it that
I can't decide if I hate this or I love it.
I know, right? It reminds you of Hagar the Horrible, or not Hagar the Horrible. What was that? The giant monsters?
Where the wild things are.
Yes, yeah. That's what it
it
reminds
does
you
kind
of.
of evoke that a little bit.
Well, especially with Wildcat.
Yeah. Dan
That's
Hip.
It's creepy.
It is creepy. David Talaski. It's kind of a cool looking cover.
He's missing the wood.
Huh. And then, Mike Allred did a cover.
Yep. 40s Batman.
Well, Jeff Johns is great, so I'm very curious to see what he's going to do. Maybe I should go read. Should I read Flashpoint Beyond?
I would, if you want to. I think you only really need to. I mean, it's just basically Batman restoring the universe that his parents, the Flashpoint Beyond universe. Bruce restored it and pissed off Rip, but he found a way to basically keep it from all the stuff being collapsed. So there you go. So
here's my comic for everyone to avoid.
Is it North? Yeah, that's a new one. Yep. Look, guys, it's a new number 1 for a new team.
Here's red flag number 1. Whenever Marvel Comics puts Alex Ross on the covers, you know that the inside is absolute garbage. That has been that way for like the past 4 or 5 years. So when you see Alex Ross doing a Marvel cover, run. Don't.
All right, so this is like your pre 52 or
Oh,
new 52. Avoid this.
but more to the point, avoid it because Ryan North is doing
What is
this.
he written? Like I know people don't like him, but what is he written as like so bad?
Oh, you don't know?
A Squirrel Girl?
Well,
Yeah, Harry
let us
Anderson.
let us show. Yeah, he did the Unbeatable Squirrel Girl series.
Okay.
So we'll just kind of scroll through all of
Oh,
his
he's also writing. Oh, he's writing Secret Invasion, the new one. Eh,
all of this amazing content.
Original Sins. That's where he's from. Okay. Yeah, that sucks.
Just garbage. It's just ah. So yeah, he's gonna write Fantastic Four. Now watch him totally prove me wrong. Watch this turn out to be some legendary book. He's like born to write Fantastic Four. I don't think
As long
so.
as Chipmunk Hunk's in there.
How many people are in? Frank Miller did a cover. Oh,
Variant cover. Oh,
oh,
as
look,
Arthur Adams is cool right there. That's Arthur Adams.
that's a
That's
cool Art
awesome.
Adams cover.
I'm most tempted to get it, but it's probably a 1 in 100 or 1 in 50.
It's 1 in 25.
Okay, I'm with that. It'd be like $15, $11 most.
And
I
then
mean,
here's
I've come across some of these with 1 in 25s, and they're $11.
this one's gonna be crazy. 1 in 400 for the Frank
Is that
Miller,
what?
and it's not even great.
Good.
It's it's
That looks like a crack version, I guess. Why is he falling apart?
I don't know,
He needs to stop shedding.
but I'm a Frank Miller fanboy, and I don't even like that one.
The bottom one in the middle looks okay.
If you want the J. Scott Campbell variant, 1 in 100.
I mean, I do how he likes draws too. I
Yeah,
can't complain.
I hate the coloring on this cover. I think the
Yeah,
coloring really destroys this
it
cover
looks
for
like
me.
it looks like it's focus. Like it's like in a 480p.
Yeah, it does look
It's bad.
grainy. Yeah, I do kind of like the Kirby-esque stylings though in the background.
Yep.
I do really like this cover. Like I said, the coloring is ruining it for me. Um,
That one right there with the fantastic. They're all jumping. Yeah, that one. Who's this?
Quello.
Oh, that's
That's a
cool.
cool. That's not a bad cover.
Look, he's hitting the. Oh, he dropped the photo. Okay, I thought he's hitting the window. Stu
Yeah.
looks unsure though. I look how Stu, look at her face. She's like, are we sure about this? I'm funny. Fine, honey. Smash.
Here's the Kirby Hidden Gem variant. I
They're
don't like
messing
when
up.
they do this. They like basically like took a panel that he drew somewhere and then they blow it up to a cover. So this doesn't have the quality of what Kirby would have done had he drawn this as a cover.
They should have had George Bell ink it. There we go. Set cover right there with the. Okay, there's Alex Roskin.
Ross Solo. Dude, when you look at this,
It looks like
this really
50s.
makes me think the guy that plays Pike on the new Star Trek show, Captain Pike. This looks like this guy. Like that guy should be cast as Reed Richards.
Hmm.
Um Anyways, it's a neat cover, I guess, but it's just really static, just a guy pose standing there. Oh, this is a little
Yeah.
better.
Master Van Dien in the middle there is Reed Richards.
There's a Ross cover B.
It's Johnny Rico. Kill them all. Kill all the bugs.
I kind of like
Sure.
this cover better than the main one.
Yeah. What's that one right there? Extreme one. It's the 90s.
Looks like a cartoon cell.
I like the hair on Sue. That's all right. Johnny looks stupid in the background though. I got my life preserver on, guys.
He looks weird. Yeah, it's weird to see him like on flame on, but like his costume's not. That's weird.
Yeah, what the? Do they forget that he can just turn into flame? And he has no arms. They're just like, look at, I'm just a ball of flame.
Why does Reed
Look
have a
at-
jacket?
The funny part is that Sue's supposed to be wearing that kind of jacket in the 90s in the Tom DeFalco run. So I don't know what the hell they're thinking there. Like, we'll give Reed the jacket.
Um, which cover would you get? If
Honestly, I
you
would go
said you
with
were
Art
gonna get
Adams.
the knock one, right?
I don't think there's a Todd Knock one here, is there?
Yeah. And
Oh,
there's Todd Knock.
I said Todd Knock for the other book.
Well, you can get
Yeah,
Todd Knock
yeah.
here too if you want.
Yeah.
So I know you're
If I
not gonna
got
get this. What cover
yeah,
would you pick if you were gonna get it?
the cover I get right there is Eater's Runner right there. The middle one right there.
The Coelho?
Yep.
That's a pretty good one. I would either get well, pretend that
reason
they're not pretend that you could money's no object.
Well, yeah, yes,
Someone,
yes. Art Adams is the more expensive one. Yes, that's one I go for. But knowing that money is an object, I would go for the whatever Colola one because just like Marvel, it's broken. The glass.
well, this is also the artist of the book. So that has something going for it too. I like when the artist of the book does the cover.
Right.
So
I thought that the Thing was wearing like one of those like skirts at first that only cover his crotch and then flaps in the wind. I didn't realize they're shorts at first. When I saw that, I was like, oh my gosh. J. Scott Campbell's good, but if it wasn't so freaking fuzzy, maybe it's just the way they scanned it. Maybe they didn't know they blew up a
that's a
photo.
possibility, yeah.
Um,
I would, man, I don't know.
Hey,
I might
hey,
just get
T.
this Ross cover. The cover B. I really do like this.
You know you're up late when the Australian says hello.
Hey, Tehillim. Good to see you all. All right. Well, that's enough time. This is my comic to avoid. don't don't get this
I'm
book.
trying to think what Azrael there is like as the worst one to avoid. I mean, obviously I would avoid I Am Batman. Uh there's a new Wildcats out this week. I think it's
The
by
Wildcats in a
Rosenberg.
second. I just want to say real quick here, Sinestro would wipe the floor with Jace Fox. This
Of
I don't
course.
even I don't this I don't even understand. I feel like I have to read this just to see because you just know John Ridley's going to write it so that Jace can stand up to Sinestro. Sinestro would wipe the floor with this guy. Jace Fox is nobody. He's just a dude who put on a bat suit. It's so stupid. I can't. He's not even his brother. Like, is it Luke Fox? Who's Night or Batwing?
Oh, Batwing is Luke Fox.
Luke Fox. Yeah.
Luke Fox, yeah, is Batwing. He's
Bat.
Luke Fox is actually is the one that after the whole events told his dad to give the money back, and he got basically was a blackballed by his dad, his family. That's why I like it's stupid. I guarantee you though, I am Batman will be canceled and they'll forget about him eventually. I can't see this getting
Apparently
50.
this is getting canceled. I think 16 is the last issue.
I say I can't get it seen anywhere near to 50. The big thing is
Maybe not.
they're doing all the 90s issues though. Covers this week.
Oh, is he getting?
Next week. So Robin. Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's a girl, and she's the new Robin. Even black Batmans want little boys, girls.
Little black girl.
Yep. Doesn't make it any
Uh,
better.
this book is
Here's a night.
so. It's just so. It's just like so racist.
There
It
was a
just.
'90s variant. Yeah.
I don't even care. Um. Dude, Powerbomb number 6 coming out. That's good. Good series. Yeah, you should read it. I think you might like it. Oh, so you were telling me about Wildcats.
Wildcats coming out. I think it's Matthew Rosenberg. I just can't get into Rosenberg. He's just bland. I'd rather read Bendis. At least Bendis gives me something I know he's gonna do, but like he's gonna follow through and just make it the worst thing ever. Rosenberg is just like, is this story almost done? It's like and that being said, you're the Wildcats person. I never read them.
I really liked Wildcats. This does not sound like Wildcats at all. Spinning off the
I,
pages of Batman comes a census-shattering new series. The Halo Corporation has gathered a motley crew of operatives led by Cole Grifter Cash. No, you see this guy right here in the front with the blue costume and the red
yeah,
mask?
yeah.
That guy's name is Spartan. He's the leader of Wildcats. Why is Cole lead? Grifter is like the Wolverine character.
I think it
Wildcats
was
is a total ripoff of X-Men, by the way.
I think it was during the Tinian run that he met either it was Tinian or Joshua Williamson. But I think it was Tinian. And Grifter was working as a security guard for somebody.
Yeah, Grifter has been a big mainstay because he's a
Yeah,
popular character.
yeah.
If you think of Wildcats as an X-Men ripoff, Grifter is like the Wolverine character. He's like the
Oh,
loner. The
literally, I thought he was a Deadpool because of the mask and stuff.
No. I'm talking from a personality standpoint.
Oh, okay.
He's like he's 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 a drifter like Wolverine is, and he kind of does his own thing. His moral compass is a lot more shaded. Spartan is like Cyclops. He's like does it by the book, wants everyone to fall in line, take order, so like their personalities. Anyways, why Spartan wouldn't be leading, I have no idea. But it sounds like they're just rebooting this. They're gonna make the world a better place, no matter who they have to kill. Working in the shadows of the DC universe, this new covert team has been tasked with gathering an elite group of scientists for the first phase of their plan. But the Cat's mysterious leader, Void, might have other plans. Whoa, 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 whoa! Well, I thought you just said the Grifter was the leader. Now Void is the leader?
Yeah.
I don't even understand. I don't even understand. And it's a mini series. Like as soon as you said, "Oh, it's a mini series," I'm like, whatever any interest I had is gone. I'm so sick of. Give me a real series. Jim Lee did a variant. Oh yeah, and they like buzzed Grifter's head. I liked Wildcats a lot, but this whatever DC's doing with them now. There's the cover you would get if you were buying this.
If it was just her by herself, sure.
What is her by herself on the cover?
No, I meant it's right in the book. It was about her being the main character.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh yeah, the '90s in Bosco. Yeah, yeah.
I have this cover. Um, but what they did is a one per store variant of issue number
Yep.
1 of Wildcats. It was all gold and it was embossed. It's
I
this
got
cover.
yeah. I got the Batman from last week, the '90s version like that, but silver as Bane versus Batman.
Oh man, I almost like want to buy this
Was this for the cover? I know, right?
because I have the gold. That's one of my prized
I'm
books.
not this week, but the week next. Yeah, next Wednesday. A week from this Wednesday, I'm committing a mortal sin. I'm buying a T.D. Howard Batman book, or not Batman book, but a Catwoman book, just so I can get the '90s Jim Balent cover. He came back to do a cover. I was like, damn it! Oh wow. I'll just put it inside a bag and board and just never open it.
You know what? At least kudos to DC for not making the Jim Lee variant like a 1 in 100 or what, you know. It's just cover B, Jim Lee.
Grifter looks like Marshall Mathers.
Right? It's Eminem.
It's like, I was looking, I was like, what the hell is that?
Gino says send Ridley back to his day job. No kidding. Wildcats become Suicide Squad. Yeah, I don't know. Like I don't get this. Like I'm an old school Wildcats fan. I would love nothing more than a good Wildcats book. That would be super awesome. And
have the original writer come back. Weiser Rosenberg.
Well, Jim Lee was the original writer.
Oh, was he? Because the artist.
It was Jim Lee and Brandon Choi.
Yeah, Brandon Choi. Like Brandon Choi can at least come back and doing covers. But he's not. He seems to go.
Brandon Choi is a writer.
But he also did art. He was doing covers too, man. For the
you're thinking of someone else. Brandon Choi wasn't an artist.
For Gambit, right now. I think.
No, you're thinking of Jim Lee's pal. That was the other Wildstorm guy.
Yeah, I can't remember what his name is.
Gosh, he did the Wetworks comic.
Yeah.
I'm drawing a blank.
Hold on. Okay, that's not this one. He did that.
I can't
remember.
The
last. Whilce Portacio?
Whilce Portacio, yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I would love a good Wildcats book. It was a fun series. I mean, it was X-Men. So it was, of course I was going to like it, and it was Jim Lee drawing it.
Well, okay, the reason he's not doing covers for that because he's doing covers for X-Men Legends. Oh my gosh, there's gonna be a new one called Bishop War College #1. Bishop is in his own series.
You know what I have to say to that? Don't know. Don't care.
You can't say you don't know because I just told you.
Damn it.
But oh my gosh. You get this. Everyone on that version of the X-Men are all black. They're race swapped.
Oh my goodness.
Comes out in February. This looks amazing. X-Men like you've never seen them before. Crow is an island paralyzed. It's just an vulnerable one. But now with Lucas Bishop on the case, Armor, Surge, Camlong, Roar, Charles, Amass, these are his students. The course objective, get strong, defend the island, keep it safe. Their first lesson, how to fail. And do spectacular Marvel fashion. What does it have to do with with an all-black X-Men team? What even is this book? Guess you'll have to read it, true believer. Celebrated TV writer Jay Holtham of Cloak and Dagger and Jessica Jones joins the forces with artist Sean Damian Hill for a blockbuster brawl in the fate of all Coca-Cola at stake. Yay!
Look at this cool cover.
Oh, crossover, yeah.
But it's Spawn. This is a DC comic. That's pretty cool that Spawn on a DC comic. That's not.
So they're dating, okay? Leave them alone.
Well, no, they're not in the same universe.
Yeah, right there.
You've seen this in the past when Wildstorm was part of Image, but this is a DC comic. Spawn is on a DC comic, and this isn't the Spawn Batman. That's just, I don't know. It's something you don't see very often, and it's a cool piece of art. Yeah, you know I'm gonna have to read this book.
Yeah, I really like the Jim Billette '90s Catwoman look, you know. So it's like it's throwback cover. It's like I might just keep the cover, rip it off. I don't need the rest of the book. It's not worth anything. Like I'm paying $5 for this for the cover.
Ah, Wildcats versus the Court of Owls. Like it's so weird, so weird to me. Um, I do like this red cover, man, and it's Brett Booth. This is what I was saying a long
Yeah.
time ago. I was like, they should, like a couple years ago. I was like, they do a Wildcats book, do Brett Booth as the interior art. Um, they could have put. I would have put James Tynan as the writer. After what he did with
Imagine,
after what James Tynan did with Immortal Men, I think he could write Wildcats really well. They could have had a really cool
imagine.
book.
Can you imagine if they had a crossover cover, connecting cover between all the titles? And so they connect, like and they're on boss like that. Like that'd be crazy.
That would
You
be.
know, people are people are gonna buy just the cover though. That's the thing though. Like the full cover has become the new thing. You're like, oh, it's a good book. You're like, well, it's got a full cover. I kind of want the full cover. It's kind of cool, collective in color. But I'm like,
To me, this is the
nah.
nostalgia.
Yeah,
Like, because I
yeah,
have, they only did this for the one per store variant back in the
yeah,
day.
yeah,
The
yeah.
original
That was
number
just
one, you couldn't get this cover.
that was like
And
the bad comic.
so the fact that the guy that I wanted, Brett Booth, is doing this cover and he's doing it in the style of the original special edition version, which I happen to have, it's like a nostalgia thing for me. Like I'm like,
It was
oh,
like so it was like a $20 book you have.
oh, it's more now. I think I paid 50 for it at the time. It was one per store.
I wonder what it
Uh,
is now though. The value.
I don't know, probably not. And Wildcats isn't worth a ton. Um, but I think
Yeah, it's
if I were to buy just a regular cover, otherwise, I don't know. The main cover is kind of lame looking.
I like the upper right cover. The one where you have this golden knife, the Ben Oliver.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I mean, Grifter is one of my favorite characters. Although the DC version of Wildcats is just different. Like they changed them. And then there's
That's Stanley. Yeah,
this is an homage to
the
the
original one.
original Wildcats number one, but this artist just makes it look terrible. Like, ugh. Um, oh well. Oh, here's that same artist. Remember?
I don't know why, but I see the other cover though, the one you used to show before this. I keep thinking 21 Jump Street. Like it's gonna be like some offbeat weird group of heroes.
Could get the connecting. Oh, it's 1 in 20. Oh, dude, they're doing. Oh man, this is.
Jeff, Jeff Stokes.
But dude, they're doing a connective cover that's an incentive. So that means
Nice.
you've got to commit to every issue, paying the extra money to fill out the entire connecting. Like how many connecting covers are there? There's
And
at
then you
least
put it in a
three.
giant, then put it in a giant frame.
Oh my goodness. That's oh man.
You know what I do? Right click save as and just put it as a poster in your. I'll put them together for you. If you want to have if you want to have a desktop.
This looks like it was photoshopped.
Yeah. Yep. It's their digital art. Be nice.
No.
Look at the giant Gatling gun behind him.
I kind of like this cover. Even though I'm just getting tired of posing shots. Like ah something happening. Just characters always posing for the camera.
What do you mean? She already did though. She killed all the people.
Like
Wow,
at
she's
least here,
sweet.
like something's happening, right? Like is
Don't
that
kill him.
is that Mr. Majestic?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
Is Mr. Majestic in the DC universe? Gosh, this is the Wildstorm is so wasted in DC. It's like I don't.
It's
Yeah,
like most of
yeah.
the writers. It'd be worse. Be written by Gail Simone. I don't think she's even writing anything.
Yeah, no one cares about Gail Simone. She's just a Twitterazzi now. Now, apparently, they're changing even what Wildcats stands for because it used to be CATS used to stand for Covert Action Teams, and now it stands for what do they do? Crisis Aversion Team.
Yeah, it's right. It's right up there.
Do they?
Well, and on the covers, it shows one of the variants.
One of the variants?
Yeah, right there.
Well, the old one see this as Covert Action Team
Oh,
because that was that's what Wildcats stood for. Covert Action Teams. That was Jim Lee's creative thing. Like, oh, it's kind of a dumb name, but
yeah. It
whatever.
now stands for crap. Now stands for crappy artists taking shit.
Oh, but now it's part of the DC universe. Whatever, they're changing CATS to be Crisis Aversion Teams.
Crisis Aversion. Johnny's gonna eat that horrible, fatty, fast food. Let's talk him out of it. Crisis averted, team.
I have a feeling that they're gonna fail a lot because DC loves their crises.
I think they're gonna fail upwards, and then at the end of this, you're like, "Hey, we're Gen 13."
All right, we stayed on Wildcats way too fucking long.
That was your choice.
No,
Obviously, it did its job.
here we go. We get a nice homoerotic cover for Superman.
Super nipples. Hey,
Hey,
Tom Taylor and super nipples. What
Superman
do you
and
want?
Son are reunited. So why doesn't it feel so good? Probably because
'Cause it-
Superman Son is turned gay in his absence.
And also
Could
found
it
out he's an activist and doesn't save people at all.
could it be because of LexCorp's automatons threatening the safety of Metropolis? I've got a bad feeling about this.
Oh, we all
Uh,
got a bad feeling about this.
uh, Tom
Jonathan,
Taylor writing. Oh, so it's just
Jonathan, can you bend over and pick up that quarter? Thank you, son. It's ugh.
that book's getting canceled too. Uh, X-Men Legends is still going.
Yep, it's a new series about Longshot with Anna Senti's writer. The first two were done by Chris Kermott. Talking about Wolverine. Now it's about Longshot, and it's Anna Senti. And I read the first one, and I said, the way I reviewed it is that I've never really been a fan of Longshot, so I can't tell if it's just bad writing by Anna Senti, or if it's just characters that I just is that dull. Basically, Kitty and Wolverine are now transported to Mojo World and forced to fight. I'm like, yay! It's just as boring as the cartoon was when they made the X-Men fight.
Yeah, I wasn't
Dumb.
ever a super fan of the Mojo stuff, but I did like Longshot, and I do like Kevin Eastman doing a cover.
Yeah, look at he's got the Wolverine claws.
If the X-Men were in TMNT, this is what they would look like.
It's X-23 versus Wolverine.
And no, he
If
doesn't
you're right,
have Wolverine claws. Those are little like throwing knives.
I know, but they're look at the other hand.
Yeah, they look like it kind of.
There's a giant dragon behind them. I don't know, man. Like, I know Captain Frugal, he likes to do his top three and bottom three, and like he reads anywhere from like I guess from good to bad books. But I avoid books. I guess he just gives books out. Remember, he has a different opinion. Like there's books that I read that you question too, but then there's books that he reads that I question. It's a slippery slope when it comes to reading. But check out Boom
You
Specs.
don't read a lot of books that I question. Just a couple. You read a lot of books that aren't necessarily my taste. Like I'm not into Vampirella, but it's not that I question it being like a bad book. It's just not something I'm into.
So
Um,
there's a book up there called Specs. It's up 2 lines. The sunglasses. It's supposed to be a horror thing, but to me it looks like They Live.
yep, it's a total. It's the homage to the They Live poster.
Yeah. So I was reading this. It's like now they have X-ray glasses. All right, yeah, from the House of Slaughter and Canto and All New Firefly. A couple of misfit teens may order a pair of X-ray glasses and realize they've received much more than they bargained for. Yeah.
I've heard good
So
things about Kanto, so maybe this is gonna be a decent
and
book.
that's it. Cover art. I guess I'm not sure if that's supposed to be Skylar Patridge or she's doing the variant because it's a hey that she's cover artist and variant cover artist. Wait, is she doing the cover of this one or is she just doing the variant of this one?
Yeah, this would be her because she's the cover artist.
Well, he's
Chris,
listed as
he's
okay.
listed as
Okay, well,
variant cover artist.
oh, but okay. So she's not doing the interior art at all. Yeah.
So this is
But
Sheehan, the guy who's doing the interior.
that passed. Oh, thank you. Like if it was if the girl who was doing the variant cover, I think that was her doing that. I was like, okay, cool.
I like that the
But
variant covers an homage to the They Live. I'm a fan of They Live, but
that's see that that's your boy is not a fraud. He's just written badly. But he could be he could be. That's how I'd fix it. Be like the Jonathan Kent that came back is not the real Jonathan Kent. The real Jonathan Kent's dead.
speaking of
Or
Jonathan Kent's dead, um,
Dr.
today
Limbo.
in the longest, stupidest title of a comic book, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Armageddon Game: The Alliance. Is there really? Do you need this many titles in your?
It's a tie to the game. The video game. That's all it is.
So couldn't you just call it the Armageddon Game? I
I don't know.
what?
But it's being written by the same guy who did the Saturday Morning cartoon one. So
It just that's the title. I mean,
I
Teenage
know the
Mutant Ninja
title.
Turtles is already a mouthful,
Just say TMNT.
right? But they spell it out, and then it's the Armageddon Game, which is also pretty long. And then the Alliance. It's like, come on. Uh,
Who wrote the one? Who was writing the one a couple years ago? That had the nasty furry Jenica crap.
the same
It had been
person
a
that's
female.
still writing it, Sophie Campbell.
Oh,
Yeah, stay away from anything Sophie Campbell. Is disgusting.
there you go. Eastman with the furry cover.
Furries. If you are into interspecies bestiality relationship, then you will like Teenage
He's
Mutant Ninja Turtles.
he's slapping that pork all night.
It's really disturbing to read.
He's glazing that ham that Thanksgiving.
Oh, phrasing, phrasing. Um, Gun Honey 3.
Thanksgiving will never get there. Yeah. Yep,
Uh,
getting that.
That's kind of a cool cover.
It's Michael Jackson female variant. I can't even see it.
Is it though? Uh, oh, what's this? This looks smutty. I don't like this
Yeah,
cover.
there is a smiley cover. It's a cosplay one. Painted cosplay. It's a painted cover. The nudity. Yes, they have nudity books for this series.
Oh, it's got a
So,
Brubaker
yeah,
quote on there.
Yeah, he's been saying that since the beginning. Yeah.
Um,
He,
this looks trashy. I don't like that.
it's not for the weak at heart.
What I'm wondering though is the black lines actually on the book, or is this just done
No,
for?
no, no. Nope. See, she's got a gun holding in front of her
Yeah.
crotch there, and she's topless.
So the real cover will be trashy.
Nude. Yes. One's man trash is another man's smut mag.
Yeah. Uh, I like a little bit classier. This is a kind of neat looking cover.
It's got Bond covered.
Yeah, I like the style of it. It's kind of interesting. Um, Man, they're really doing the cosplay models.
Yep. I was trying to find a cover. I'm like, I might go with that cover, but I'm like, only because the art on the other ones are just like, or worse.
I don't like the cosplay. Like
They get cosplayed or get that. You
this
choose, Ash.
this is cosplay.
No, that's painted.
Dude, this is just painted over a photo. I don't buy that this is just two women. They just painted it. I mean, it does look better because it doesn't look like exactly like a photo, but um, you don't like the A cover? I
It's
think
too
this is a good
much like
cover.
Mike. It's too much like Michael Jackson.
Doesn't look like Michael Jackson. Come on.
Too freaking pasty white, has the black hair, has the weird nose, and the red shirt. Sorry,
All right. Well,
trans Michael Jackson, Michelle Jackson, Plato. That's actually from one of the past issues, which is really weird. So, like, I've also been noticing that, like, on certain books, like, what was it, the Blade Runner, Black Lotus, like they kept loading the same cover for cover C on this site. So this site kept loading the same book cover. Every issue came out. It was the same cover. Like, dude, that's not supposed to be the cover at all. So, so I always take it with a grain of salt.
this would be the cover I might get if I didn't get the A cover.
Is it a 125? What is it?
Nope, just a
Oh,
cover F.
if they have it though, I say I'm usually stuck with whatever they have left.
I like the Bond style covers.
It's weird. There's no Adam Hughes.
Oh, I mean, he's pricey. Like this is a cool cover. I like that
Yep,
one.
looks like a '60s.
Yeah.
That's by Micah Sozo.
Oh, look, they did another smut cover.
Why not? Where was she hiding that gun?
Right. Oh man,
There you go. That's what I want.
this one's a cool action cover.
It reminds you of the first series. If you remember, the cover four, issue four had the boat.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's kind of looks like that.
and then we get the looks like a Russian gun model cosplay. Just
There's a gun on the screen. I had no idea.
uh, looks trashy to me.
Everything is trashy these days. Hey, look, it's Kill Bill,
Yeah, that's to say it reminds me of Kill Bill.
or uh, what's her name? Barbarella. The other
Yeah,
one I was
kind
off
of.
for my dad. Yeah.
Oh, and then there's a variant of the A. I don't like this one quite as much. Yeah, I think I would just stick with the A cover. I really like that A cover. Which one did Vankman get of this one? Can we pick? Um, Maybe this one? No, it's a little too classy. Gotta go smuttier for Vankman. It was probably Yeah, too simple. Uh, too anime looking. Which one would you have gotten? Not that one. Huh. I almost feel like you got the A cover for this one.
Is your final answer?
Oh, this is a solid contender, I think. But I think you got some version of the main cover.
That's like a printer right there.
Yeah. Some
No,
version of this.
yep, I got the other version, the main cover version, right there.
A lot of covers of this book. I like this one.
You gotta order those too. That's the thing is like the shop doesn't care. The shops don't really care all of them.
Right. Well, they got so many freaking covers. There's like more covers than they probably order comics.
Yep.
um, I like these kind of covers. This looks like a pulp novel.
Yeah, that looks like a Brubaker book.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he does that similar start. But if you like read the old school pulp novels, like this is the type of art that they would put on them. So I kind of like that. No. That looks way too posed.
His book, where is worth? You see that?
Dude, this girl is like borderline anorexic. Ugh, I don't like seeing the rib cage.
Yeah.
Jeez. This is kind of cool. It reminds me of like a old, remember like Maxim magazine?
Mhm.
Kind of reminds me of that.
FHM.
Or FHM, yeah, that was their competitor.
I think
Uh,
both of them are out of business.
yep.
It's weird.
The internet killed all that. Why pay $8 for a magazine of hot chicks when you can just see it all for free on the internet?
Yep, I got the Archer right there. Go down. One in the middle.
Oh, I get it. She's covered in honey.
Yep.
Yeah. That's not bad. It's a little gross kind of, but
Yeah, and it's Adam Hughes. Or actually, Adam did one of them. Which one did Adam Hughes do?
he did the main
Mhm.
cover. The
No, that
the,
one. Yeah, like
the
that. Yeah,
pulpy. This absolutely would have been my pick.
it doesn't look like Adam Hughes though. That's the weird thing about it though.
Um
I'm so used to Adam Hughes doing like the Power Girl, things like that.
yeah, it's not quite as like evocative.
Yeah, like he normally
But
does. Because he did
but it looks like Adam Hughes.
the first series he did a cover like that, and it was just like it was completely like really provocative.
Well, I don't think there's any. This is like not a bad week for comics when it comes to.
No, it isn't. The following week I'll be spending even more books, or getting more books because I'm getting 5 more new number ones. That's like but
That golden age, man. Mm, I'm sad that I'm like.
we didn't talk about the Death of Superman anniversary, 30th anniversary. I'm
Is there
getting it
any?
though.
Is there anything to talk about?
Well, they're basically reprinting it. Led by Dan
Ten
Jurgens and Brett.
ninety nine.
Yep.
10.99.
So how many pages are you getting? 80 pages.
Hell no. Oh hell no. 10.99.
Lee Weeks, Gabriel Rodriguez, Bill Sinkovich, and Walter Simonson.
Dude, the Firepower Prelude graphic novel is 160 pages for 9.99.
I have the original one for like $1. If you know, that's Superman.
10.99, dude.
I'm getting the foil bag.
All right, well. Let's see. The special kicks off with a new Superman story and villain, Doombreaker, followed by a series of short stories revisiting some of Superman's greatest allies. Exclusive pinups done by comics' greatest artist talents, Lee Weeks, Gabriel Rodriguez, Bill Sienkiewicz, and Walter Simonson. Ah.
I originally thought it was a reprint, then I realized it's actually no, it's just like an actual tribute to it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm good that it's new stuff, but
Because you got original stories in there. We got Roger Stern, Jerry Ordway.
is it gonna be a Like they're not really clear on that.
It looks like a reprint with also some new stories though.
Yeah, that's what I'm guessing is that it's a reprint with new stories, which means
I love the covers
that
though.
like probably 48 of these pages are. I don't remember how much the original Death of Superman comic was. I think it was a double sized issue. That means like half of this book is, if that's the case, half of this book is going to be reprint. And that means you're paying 10.99 for new stuff.
How much you'd be paying for Death Superman, the original price, the original book, plus getting new stories. But I do love the art and the variants. They make a cool poster right there.
Yeah, that's cool covers. What's this? Dan Mora, John Kent variant. Um, doesn't make any sense. I get the context of like sitting on the statue of his dad but that statue doesn't exist in his world. So
There's different, yeah. There's silver foil bag, gold foil, and then there's the normal original black one. I think the original was back in the day. There was a silver and a gold. I know there's a black one too. I was looking at that. There's one in 100. Which one's one on 100? Is it the one high above it? But that one, yeah. One of them said 100. Maybe it said multicolored one, the rainbow one. Yeah, that's the jeez. The rainbow variant. That's 100, one in 100. Jeez. You can borrow my copy.
I mean, they got some talent. I mean, bravo to them. I mean, Jerry Ordway, Roger Stern, Louise Simonson, Dan
Is
Jurgens,
the
Butch Geist, Clay Mann, Tom Grummett. I think Tom Grummett did the original art. I don't remember. Bill Sienkiewicz, Lee Weeks, Gabriel Rodriguez, Walt Simonson, John Bogdanov,
I'm not seeing any Vita
Jamal
Alea or weird stuff
Jamal
people in there.
Campbell.
That's what makes me think it's like they're gonna have like news story in there. But if it's not a news story, I'm glad it's not like the weird people like Megan Fitzmartin or you know uh Megan Visaggio or any of those weird people.
Yeah, that's good.
It was all original people.
We don't know what this is gonna look like inside.
I have no idea, but I'm gonna leave it in the cover though. I'm gonna leave it like it is. I'll read online.
What, you're
Nope.
not gonna get it and rip it open like you did you don't do that for $10 books.
Nope. leave it like it is. Because there'll always be someone who's gonna wanna buy because they have no idea what's in there.
Ay ay ay. Yeah, a lot of big talented names. I'm sure a lot of these
I know.
guys are just doing pinups though, so their credits don't really.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. But I don't see, like I said, I don't see any new names though. Like
Yeah,
the
you're right.
current,
There's no
yeah.
there's
That
no
makes
bullshit.
I feel safe.
Yeah, it's kind of nice that they didn't like throw in all these crap people on the book like they do sometimes. Um,
Or the Jungle, Jan Jurgens book. Again, that too.
or the
The new
Jungles, Dan
Tarzan.
Jurgens.
Yep, his new. Yeah. He basically he's done with DC right now, or at least he's
Oh,
doing. But Gary Frank is doing the cover art.
nice cover.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not a Tarzan fan, but I like Dan Jurgens' writing.
Yeah. I mean, I think what would sell me on this book would have to be the interior art. Um,
I don't think interior art's going to look like, but
and man, if the art was like this cover,
yeah, it's
if I'm
Gary
gonna
Frank.
buy a book that is not something I'm into, such as Tarzan, I'd have to be like blown away by the art. I'll have to give a look when it comes out. What's this? Soldier Stories.
Frida Leon.
I have no idea who these people are.
Neither do I. So it's like all new people.
So it's just
Anthology story.
so
Different
it's
everything's.
just war stories. So this is yeah,
Yep.
okay. So it's exactly what it sounds like, Soldier Stories. Huh. Dang it. Mark Silvestri did the
Yeah.
B cover.
So it sounds like it's basically for as a salute to basically soldiers that have PTSD. Oh,
So this
that's what it
sounds like
looks
a
like.
book that Dave Sonowich would be buying. Huh, okay. I could be down to reading that.
Billy Tookie's doing a cover or
Tucci.
Coochie Coochie
Tucci.
what Tookie
Tucci.
Coochie
Tucci.
Tucci
Tucci. Rhymes with coochie.
Tucci.
Ninja Funk #1 from Whatnot Publishing.
It's
Frequency
JPEG McFly.
Frequency Bending Warrior DJs. Cyborg House Cats. The Broken Rhythm of the Universe. This is a comic like you've never seen before. A fun, high stakes adventure weaved together with face melting beats. Ninja Funk follows a ragtag band of misfits as they attempt to save a universe that's off key. Oh, Skip is going to get this.
Of course you would. See, I can on a cover.
It's got music. Um, I'm kind of curious about this actually. Huh.
Kevin Eastman's doing a cover.
My store probably not going to get this.
Like, what's the Kevin Eastman cover look like?
Well, let's see. Let's go through the covers here. This is the New York Comic Con cover.
That's
That's
insane.
yeah, it's kind of insane. We got the cover B. Yeah.
Samurai Doggy, if he was a person wearing it.
And we have the Spider-Man 300 homage that everyone has to do.
Is that Eastman doing this?
No, this one is the Kirkham. Um, man, this is the most This is the most homaged cover.
It
I'm so
is.
tired of Spider-Man 300. Like everyone does this. It's becoming dumb now. Um, the Pokemon homage. That's kind of funny. The Mahfood launch. Mahfood launch. That's got a very indie style to it. That's interesting. We got the
Leaks, yeah.
Fleeks. That's pretty cool. Not only is it an homage to Stray Dogs, but they actually got the actual artist of
Artist.
Stray Dogs
Yep,
to do it.
yep.
That's pretty darn cool. Um, another Kirkham variant. Oh, look, it's another
Willie Cooley. Or Spider-Man. Yeah.
Spider-Man 300. Um, where
It's a Kirkman. That's Kirkman.
this
Where's
is no, this is Crease variant.
where's
Here's the
there's
Eastman.
there it is.
Yeah, this is cool. I could see myself getting this. This is a total Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles homage cover. Oh man. Where else? Oh, here's the one in Boss Logic cover. 1/250. Here's how you do a cosplay cover right. No. I like it, but not nearly enough for 1/250.
What's that one there?
Oh,
The
here's a
big
Gen
time.
13 homage.
Yep.
Hurricane Relief variant.
Habitat for Humanity.
That's boring.
Florida.
Secret Wars variant.
It's the Doom cover, I think. Is it? Regions on Fire.
Could be, yeah. That's goofy. What else we got here? Like goofy. Lobos variant. That's strange. I'm very curious about this book, though. I wish I could see what the interior art looked like.
We click on the artist. See what else he's drawn. That's Alex Regal. Oh, the Dracula.
This is something you might have read, maybe. You like the
Oh,
Dracula stuff.
I never came. When it came out, I couldn't find it.
Yeah, Source Point Press is a really small publisher. I have to special
So
order anything that comes from them.
I don't even see that guy on there for this cover. He must have did like a variant or scumbag. Great. And cover artist, you're there. That's his art right there. That's the interior art he does.
Hmm. That sounds interesting. I could see this being fitting for a book called Ninja Funk. I'll have to talk to Skip about it and see if he gets that book. If he may not
Mm.
even know about it because it's small. Whatnot Publishing. Who the hell's heard of that? um,
Definitely not me. I've heard it called the Dragon before, and I think I remember people saying how horrible that book was, and I'm shocked because it's written by Rick Remender. I was like, okay.
all right. Well, you got your show tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern.
So those of you guys who are still up in the late hours of the night, so listening in, tune in to Geeky. Was it the Geeky Puppet Show? Right? Is that the name of the YouTube
Yep,
channel?
yep, yep. The Geeky Puppet Show.
3 words: Geeky Puppet Show, 7 p.m. Central Time, and
Yep,
talking about the new picks of the week, where they talk about good upcoming books. Is Zach going to
yep.
be co-hosting with you tomorrow?
Yes, yes. Basically, we take 5 books from our pull list, and these are the books we're really excited forward to reading this week. So, and sometimes it's hard because if it's a really bad week and there's only like 4 or 5 books, or like I really got to try and find the 5th book where I'm really okay, I'm like it's kind of hard. And then there's other weeks. It's like usually the end of the week. I've always noticed if you get the end of the week on like or end of the month, you'll notice that like all of a sudden like all the books that I'm getting drop all that time. Like you're like the week before there's 6 books. Next week 18, 20. Just the way they planned it out. So
What's got to be tough is when there's the 5-week month,
yeah,
and then that week it's like almost nothing comes out, but like a couple annuals.
yeah. And then they said that following week, all of a sudden it's like every book I've been waiting on is now coming out now, and then the same day it's like 20 books. Sometimes I've gotten that, and it just drives me nuts because like, dude, it's like I would have got because I was like, oh, I spent like $12 at the comic book store this week. Next week I'm spending 70. It's it's like God, just like drop at the same time, and then it sucks because they'll start a new book series like next week. There's 5 new #1 books coming out. I'm like, really? So like I add that to my already existing pull list. And I'm just the point where I'm like, I just can't keep up anymore. There's just too many books coming out. And my shops, both my shops, only order so much of it. So if you don't get it then that week, it's gone. So a lot of times I go for books through Skipitage. Skipitage is really cool. It's like, hey, do you have this book out here? He's like, yeah, sure.
Hmm.
Yeah. I just paid for shipping and in the book.
Very nice. Well, there's
It
definitely
is
a
nice.
couple books that I'm not getting. I
There's
don't,
quite a few books. Yeah.
but I would mostly because I'm just anti DC right now. So, but this Golden Age would definitely be on my list. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I will definitely be
I'm
borrowing this to read.
I'm not anti X-Men, but I'm anti this X-Men.
Oh, 100%.
So it's like every week comes out, it's like, oh look, it's X-Men, X-Men. It's like I don't care. I don't care.
DC is at least doing some good books.
They're
I
trying to at
I don't
least, unlike
have
Marvel.
any interest really in anything Marvel anymore. Like,
Not even
I
Daredevil.
guess Hulk is okay. Daredevil went off the rails, like, but it still is a
Car-
dark.
Carnage is not my thing. I admit I hate Carnage. But it's Ram V and he's been writing it. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's actually like a pretty good story for Carnage, you
Yeah,
know?
I'm sure Round V is doing a fine Carnage. I'm not into Carnage either. Like,
Well, the whole Absolute Carnage thing with Donny Cates, you remember you had like Carnage was like Cassidy's dead.
but that
But
was
the
an
thing that was
event
keeping
thing. It wasn't like a Carnage
yeah,
book.
yeah, yeah.
It
No,
was
but
more of a
this
mar-
book ties into it though. That's what's weird about it. It branches off from that. And Ram V takes with that with the whole symbiote stuff, you know.
So
And then
there's a couple books that I would, like I think DC is doing really good with their Batman and Detective right now. This new Golden Age is probably going to be really good. Um,
Star Wars, I
this
just avoid because
this
I just don't care for Star Wars.
the Superman anniversary special sounds really. I just can't justify 10.99. More power to anyone that can, but I can't. What
I mean, like,
else?
do they raise it by $2 because they got to pay the artists,
I don't
or is it
know.
because you got to pay or is it because they're paying royalties to the people? Walt Simonson and stuff for reusing their work again.
I mean, I'm sure part of it's inflation and stuff, but geez, 10.99, like that's too much for a
Yeah,
comic book. Come on. Image
I mean,
graphic novels, like all the trades of Image, the first volumes of the trades are 9.99. Like you can
what's the
publish it
qual?
cheaper.
Yeah, yeah, what's the quality of the book as far as paper wise and stuff? Is it gonna be prestige or is it gonna?
Oh, I'm sure it'll be it's 80 pages, so it's going to be square bound. It's not going to be staple, but still.
I hope it's not. I hope they don't turn into a square. It's supposed to be rectangle.
I mean, remember that one shot they came out with that one shot Man and Superman? That was like a 100-page book and it was 9.99.
Hmm.
Um
Yeah, I mean, inflation. It's also it's the death of Superman 30th anniversary, so they figure people are gonna go. Plus the covers. I mean,
yeah, I just look,
if I knew exactly if it was a reprint, or if there actually was any new stuff added to it by these writers, like that would increase it. Like, okay, I guess it's new stuff, some plus the original stuff, reprint plus some new stuff from these people. And then that's why they raised it up more because it's the same people that wrote the original stuff are writing a new story. You know, like a Walt Simonson story. I would definitely pay more and more for that because I trust him more than I trust any of these weirdos working today.
sure. I mean, in certain
You know,
certain people, it's going to be worth it to them to have that nostalgia. Um, but yeah, you know what's going to be the case though. That's going to be they're going to reprint that as like a deluxe hardcover later. I
probably
just
will.
I don't know. It's just so man. Comic books just I don't know. I'm not beating a dead horse. Um, what's this? Scout Comics, Behemoth.
Behemoth.
Um, I don't know. It's got a bad solicit. It doesn't tell you anything.
It looks like two animals
Yeah,
with Casablanca cover.
it's Casablanca cover.
That's it. Didn't it look like that?
Yeah. Here's another image, another number one. There's so many number ones coming out. Gospel. Um, Opportunity refuses to knock for restless hero Matilda. The devil comes knocking instead. Thrust into action by the hellish arrival, Matilda and storyteller Pitt will quest for answers, answers that threaten to tear them apart and trigger the toughest question of all. Who am I? Inspired by the work of Hayao Miyazaki. Ooh, I like Hayao Miyazaki. And set in the chaos of Henry VIII's reign, Gospel is a thrilling fantasy adventure that questions the truth behind the stories we tell. Hmm.
Each
I'm
book comes with a scratch and sniff sticker. It smells like bacon.
It smells like bacon. I I'm actually now that they said Hayao Miyazaki, I'm kind of curious.
I want that 4D smell.
This person hasn't done very much though. They did a Vertigo book.
We
They
worked
did
on Rebellion.
they did 2000 AD.
Yeah, issue number
I
one.
I don't know who this is.
Hey Ash,
Yeah.
don't know, don't care.
Ah, I
To the
would. I
six
hate.
people are watching, I gotta ask, so the six people are watching. Are you still awake?
Right. The cover artist is
Where's-
not the interior artist. I can't tell anything. I hate that. All right, let's just blow this taco stand.
Hey, it's not as bad as finding out that they just destroyed Helena Bertinelli as they went on, as they went to Rebirth, and when they came up with that comic book called Grayson, that's when they butchered her character. It was in the Birds of Prey movie. Birds of Prey movie just killed it. Ugh.
Speaking of just killing it, do
That
you
book right
believe?
there.
Do you believe that some hot chick is gonna be physically attracted to a skull?
Maybe it's Roxanne Susan or Simpson, whatever
Mm,
they are. His original girlfriend. Who knows? Let's go
I
down.
just
Let's see who the girl is. Talia
oh,
Warroad. Maybe she was also a writer as well.
just I see covers like this, and it's just like
You ever think that he's giving her a different kind of penance there?
she's just like looking lovingly into his eyes, like it's a fucking skull. It's like
She's like, you're so hot.
just it's just come on. Come on.
Come on, chat. If you're awake, please press 1. If
This
you're
is
sleeping, continue to do not press anything at all.
this is a much cooler cover.
Cooler. Oof. That looks like the 90s.
Yeah.
There you go. That's the cool cover right there.
Yeah.
Where you
I
got that.
know.
Who is that? Channing Tatum?
It's just Danny Day. It does kind of look like him. Uh, no one cares about Ghost Rider anymore. Why is this even a thing? All right. Well, to heal him, if you're still listening, have a good night. If anyone else is still listening, you have a good night. And you RDV, you have an okay night.
That's okay. I'll be going to bed as soon as we're done.
All right. Well, we're done unless you have anything else you want to say.
I have nothing left to say
All
until
right.
I have something to say.
Well, I will see you
Check out
tomorrow on your
Marauders,
show.
guys. Peach Momoko. You should jump on this Thursday if you're not busy. For best of.
Best of.
Yep, yep. You can show us the one book you have.
I think I'm getting more than one book.
It's a reprint from
I'm
last
getting
week.
2 books.
Oh!
Spoiler. Woo!
Dang it. That's because there's no Batman this week. Or Samurai Doggy.
Yeah, Samurai Doggy got pushed back again. So it's supposed to be next week, but it'll probably get pushed back again.
That's okay. Now you got Junkyard Joe.
Yeah.
And that. Hey, you're getting the Go-Go checks like me.
So. Oh, hey, look. Oh, shoosh. There's that
And
end
all
of the
regular.
month you talk about. It's like boom, 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 boom.
I told you. Now times it by 3.
Right.
Like I follow, like, oh my god, and then all of a sudden, like, all the book, like Noctera's come back finally with a special.
Yeah, but it's a special. Just
I know,
make it an
I
issue
don't,
number.
I don't care. It's just the fact it's coming back though. It's like I had like, okay, I figured it's gone.
Well, I
Hey, but
figured that
like, go ahead.
they'll go on hiatus. The artist needs a break, so I don't mind like they go on hiatus occasionally. You don't need to put special number 1. Just make it an issue of the book.
I wonder. I wonder what he does when he goes on break. Like, does he just go work on another book?
No, he probably takes a break,
He just goes to Disney World.
and then he probably they probably have to catch up. Like most artists doing a full book a month is a lot of work, and you
I wonder if you would think maybe they already have the next three books already done, and then they take a
right,
break.
but they usually try to stay ahead. And if that gap, like if you start getting less, like if you're 3 books ahead, but you start getting behind, so now you're only like 1 book ahead, then you go on hiatus and then like build it up so you can keep doing those books so you have a like a like you have a buffer. Like Robert Kirkman and Samney on their book. They're like 10 books ahead.
Right?
So, yeah, no, if it were a Marvel book, they could just put a fill-in artist. That's why you see fill-in artists all the time because the artists need breaks to get ahead. But on an independent book where you're just like you're the only artist when you get behind or maybe you need time off, um, then the book has to go, which I don't mind as long as that hopefully the hiatus isn't too long. Ultra mega.
So next week I have 18 books
Oh jeez.
because 5 freaking extra books popping up.
And then every
Yeah,
time Texas Blood comes out, it's always the only book. So, uh,
it's weird though because I'm looking at some of my books. It's like, oh, the 23rd I have 5 books, and then I look at the 30th. Oh, only 2 books. You know, but I don't buy that. November 30th, I only have 2 books coming out that week. No, there's no way. Because I don't really go ahead and do you go ahead and just click add stuff to your thing, or you just click add series. See, there
it
you go.
depends. I mean, I mostly only pull series, but sometimes that there's a book and I'll just click that book to add.
Planet Hulk, Willbreaker Hulk #1 comes out that week. Uh, Superman and Kal-El return special. Extreme X-Men #1. What about that? Cool, cool, cool. Yep. See, I knew it was lying to me. I knew I had more than just the 2 books. Definitely, I'm getting that newbie on the Justice League #1. But
You got to add to your pull list is Nightclub #1 coming out December 14th.
I was thinking about Catman and Kitten #1.
Nightclub #1. Add it.
Apparently, Cat.
Everyone who's listening, add to your list Nightclub #1. It's by Mark Millar. Um, and he's doing an experiment where he's going to release a series. He's only charging $1.99 for the books. So he believes that comics can be cheaper, and that if you sell books for cheaper, people will buy them. That they're getting too expensive. So he's doing this series as an experiment, where each issue is only going to be $1.99. But if no one buys the book, all it's going to do is tell everyone else that, see, we do need to charge $3.99 or $4.99 for our comics because people won't even buy them if we sold them cheaper. So,
Or they just don't like his book.
well, you don't know you don't like it because you haven't bought it. That's what I'm saying. Give it a try. If
If
you
it
hate
doesn't,
it, obviously don't continue to buy it or whatever. But for $1.99, it's $1.99. It's like, give it a try. I'm just encouraging everyone.
yeah, but you need that other extra $2 for the $4 books. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so I wanted to see it succeed. Mark Miller is a really talented writer, so I'm sure it's going to be a solid book. You should be interested about it specifically because it's a vampire book and you love vampires. So, um, yeah, there you
I'll
have
have to
it.
look at it.
I'll put it up on the screen.
DC's Grifter got run over by a reindeer, #1.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, that's great.
That's not the right thing. Let me put that up.
Wildstorm 30th anniversary special #1.
All right. So here's the solicit for Nightclub. This series will be $1.99. Take that, Marvel and DC. You're 17
Oh
years
yeah,
old and you've been bitten by a vampire. Do you live in the shadows and drink human blood, or do you use your newfound gifts for the dreamed costume superhero life that you've always wanted? You're bulletproof, you can crawl up walls, and you can turn into mist, bats, or even a wolf. Why not have a little fun? That's the solicit for this book. $1.99. Um, I just hope people give this a shot. If not for the book itself, but for the concept of getting comics less. Because if this book is a big success, if this experiment works, then other books will do it. So that's what I want to see. It's only like I said, it's when it's cheap. It's not like you're, dude. I would buy so many comics if they were $1.99. I just not gonna do it at $4 and $5 because it just keeps adding up. But like when I used to get Alterna books, I got almost all the books because it was like adding a $1.50 comic was like nothing. The only reason I don't get alternate books anymore is because my comic stopped carrying them.
sorry, I'm looking at the Brandon Choi, Josh Williamson, uh, Wildstorm 30th anniversary special #1. $8 though. Oof. All right, kids. Hey, there's people talking now. Finally.
Little Black Cat says $1.99 before or after taxes.
Without
Ay, ay,
question.
ay. Yes, it's before taxes, but also before discount. So if your shop gives you a discount, I get 20% of mine.
Yep.
Dominic says, "Are you still reading 20th Century Men?" Yes, yes, I am. It is on my pull.
What is this? Waller versus Wildstorm? Is it Amanda Waller versus Wildstorm? No.
All right, kids. Well, we are just on fumes, so we're gonna end this now before it just way outstays our welcome. Dominic, good to see you. Evil Black Cat, good to see you. So awake. Anyone who's listening, have good night. Thanks for hanging out with us into the wee hours of the morning. Um, I don't know what else to say. So I will see you tomorrow on your stream, RDV, and hope to see you guys in the chat there as well. Have a good
Good
night.
night, kids.